Thanks for joining us, everybody. This is the September 1st, 2020 public meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. We're meeting a little early right now. And just Peter, by a head nod, was the meeting properly warned? Thank you. Very clear. I'd like to move into, I move to enter into executive session to discuss contracts, the negotiating or securing of real estate purchase or lease options, where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the select board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are our town manager, Peter Elwell, and our assistant town manager, Patrick Moreland. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. We will see anybody who might be watching at the moment back here at 6:15. Does anyone else have insight on that?
No.
You mean the executive session?
No, when we started. I don't know if when we started was recorded or not.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing the, oh, but it doesn't make the noise this on.
Right. I just looked for the recording. I thought I saw it, but
Yeah.
Oh, I actually might be wrong then. I was thinking about the voice.
no worries. Apologies, everybody, for being a little late. We actually convened at 5:30 and then went into executive session to discuss some matters. And we are now back. I'm just looking for Brandy. See if, well, it says she's here, but I just don't see. There you are. Hi. Okay. Welcome once again to the September 1st, 2020 Brattleboro Select Board meeting. We know that this meeting was properly warned because I confirmed that with Peter at 5:30. Our first order of business would be to approve the minutes of both August 6th and August 11th.
I move to approve the minutes of August 6th and August 11th.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve our minutes, August 6th, August 11th. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Chair's remarks. I don't really have chair's remarks except, let's see. No, I don't. I'm going to just keep it tight and just move on to manager's comments.
Thank you. I do have one tonight just to remind the public or alert anyone who may not have seen it when we released this information last Friday, that as part of the continuing adaptation to impacts from COVID, there is, of course, tremendous challenge for households that have school-aged children because of the variety of different ways in which different schools are handling a combination of remote learning and on-site learning and different schedules for different kids. And so the state, in response to that, has provided $7 million of funding and some direction about how they would like to see hubs established that will provide a wide variety of childcare services or camp-style services, places where kids can gather and be safe and have good activities to participate in ways that are, non-traditional as compared to just an after-school program for certain school-age kids or something that's more of like a preschool or daycare program for the younger children. So the town is going to be able to be helpful for those school-age children that are in the kindergarten through 6th grade age group. The Recreation and Parks Department and the library have collaborated on setting up a program where most of the programming will occur at the Gibson-Aiken Center with recreation programming, but there will be a portion of each day that will be spent over at the library with library staff and some enrichment there. And enrollment for any particular child is on a daily basis, so there's maximum flexibility in terms of days of the week. It's $25 per child per day to participate in what's being referred to as Gibson-Aiken Day Camp. And it's being done in coordination with the YMCA, the Meeting Waters YMCA, who is actually applying for a grant to become a hub organization as part of this hub system that the state is establishing. So it's not 100% clear that they will get that grant. That process is, we're still in the early stages of that process. So there's been a lot of good communication between the Y and our recreation department, and between and among our recreation department and the library to get this going. We believe it's ready to launch. We're taking reservations for the first week. It will actually begin on Monday, September 14th. And we're looking forward to being able to fill this niche. Whether or not there is going to be funding to reimburse the town for our expenses is going to depend upon whether or not the Y is funded through the state program as one of the hub operations within the statewide expanded child care system. Liz? Oh,
Are there
sorry.
scholarship opportunities for these children?
I'm sorry?
Is there scholarship opportunities for these children?
We always work with a family that can't pay the full price. That's done usually on a case-by-case basis directly through Carroll. That happens with day camp, and it happens with pool memberships and other programs.
Okay, it's just $25 a day adds up pretty quickly, I would think.
Yep. Again, we're hoping that actually this may be able to become a state-funded program through the Y being a hub, but that part isn't clear yet. And so the $25 is intended just to cover our costs, not to be a moneymaker for the town.
Right.
Randy?
I hope that the good consideration is given to the YMCA or whoever reads that grant, because I've used that program for the last 2 or 3 years and it is stellar. It is on point, outdoorsy, high energy. It's a great program and it is subsidized.
Yeah, and they are setting up their own program of this same type that they'll be offering to families, along with being the hub agency that's going to be coordinating with others and provide a funding conduit for the town and for others. So it's
great.
It's been a really good partnership for the organizations in setting this up. We have high expectations and optimism that it's going to be really good for the families who participate. For those who do want to participate in the town's program with the Recreation Center and the library, please call to the Recreation and Parks office at 254-5808 or email at recreation@brattleboro.org, and you can get all the information that you need.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you to all the staff that worked hard to put that together. I think it sounds like a great program, super needed at this time. So next is select board comments and committee reports. I see an early hand from Daniel.
I jumped the gun. I'm sorry, I thought we were already there. I'm going to pause because I suspect Ian might have something he wants to say. And he does not. So in which case I do have something to say.
Gosh.
And it relates to an email that we received from our esteemed town clerk, Hilary Francis, earlier today, that in preparation for representative town meeting, which will be happening on September 12th on Zoom and possibly September 13th, but hopefully not. The booklets that you need to be prepared for that meeting are available for pickup from the library after tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Monday through Saturday between 12 noon and 5 p.m. And you can show up at the library with a sign that says RTM booklet, and someone will bring the booklet out to you. And furthermore, there is a practice meeting, which I'm super excited about, on Saturday, September 5th, starting at 8:30 p.m. And if you're a town meeting member...
PM.
Oh, did I say p.m.? Oh, that was just wishful thinking.
You wish.
AM. That's like, yeah, RTM late. Yes, so practice meeting this Saturday, 8:30 a.m. on Zoom, and there's an email about it in your inbox, hopefully.
And
I'm excited. I don't know if you could say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, the pamphlet, booklet, I forget what you called it.
Informational
Also, in
booklet.
addition to, town meeting reps should also have their, looking at it, the annual report. So is there any information, do we have any information on that if someone's missing their annual report after all these months? Do we have a...
I'm going to just read what it says in the email, because I asked this same question to Hillary. And in the email it says, the town reports printed for the March RTM will not be required for the September RTM.
Right. So I can speak to that if you'd like. What we've done in compiling the booklet is provided the portions of there's some new material that's specific to, how to function on Zoom and the rules for the meeting because it's an electronic format and that sort of thing. There's some new material. And then there are excerpts from the town report from back in the spring that have those short summaries and a little bit of background information on about 6 or 8 of the articles that actually have background information. You'll recall that quite a lot of the articles just sort of stand for themselves, like the confirmation of appointments of certain officials and that sort of thing. But then there's a handful of them that actually have a brief description and some other materials supporting them. Those are repeated from the town report in this informational booklet for this electronic town meeting. The one document that people might choose to refer to if they're not just satisfied with what they looked at back in the spring, the one document from the town report that is not repeated in the booklet because of the volume of this one document is the town's audit, the annual audit, which was a clean audit and we think is ready for an approval by representative town meeting without much discussion or review based on the fact that the auditors found that everything in town finances was fine. Usually that's make a motion, approve the motion, move on to the next item. And it felt like we were going to kill a lot of trees to repeat that document. That's available to anybody who has their town report physically in their possession still from the spring, or for anyone else who wants to look at it, you can go onto the town's website and look at it either as its standalone document within the finance section of the website, the town's audit for the prior fiscal year, FY19, or by looking at the town report, the 2019-2020 town report that is in its entirety also available on the town's website. So we say so in the documents that have been distributed that the audit can be viewed in that manner, and that we believe that with the warning for this meeting, the updated warning that relates just to this meeting, not the one from last spring, and with the other documents that are particular to this meeting and the repeat of those summaries for the different articles, we think that the booklet is sufficient for most people for their to have at hand during the representative town meeting.
Okay, so I'm to understand correctly that the booklet actually contains all of the organizational reports and things like that?
It doesn't include all of the informational pieces. It includes the summaries that relate to the particular articles. People who want to take a deeper dive into, there's a tremendous amount of information, as you know, in the town report. It's a, probably a couple 100 pages thick document. What we put out today is probably 30 pages and is not meant to repeat all of that annual report information. It's meant to be the stuff that's very focused on representative town meeting articles. It's also, for those who might want to view a hard copy, there are additional hard copies that are available at the library. So people can also look at the full hard copy from last spring's report. We probably don't have enough of those to duplicate the widespread distribution that occurred in the spring, but there are some extras available. It's readily available for anybody on the town's website.
Daniel, I'm just thinking of all your graphs and I'm sad.
Don't worry, I've got them over here in a little pile on the floor.
I'm bringing mine to, actually it's not leaving this room, but I'm bringing it. So I'm excited about, maybe I'll just carry it around the block.
The graphs pertain to the budget and the budget is moot.
But still, the graphs were informative and very fun.
That's true, they very much were.
Experience for anybody who's a graph fanatic. Okay, I'm going to ask any other board members if you have anything else to save me at this moment. Okay, no other board reports. We're going to move on to public participation, which is our next item on the agenda. I'll just give a little bit of a spiel. If you're new to this meeting, you want to make sure you click on participants, and that will give you the lineup of everybody who's currently in the meeting. And down below at the participants towards the left, there's a raise hand function. And Ian just raised his hand just to illuminate what I'm talking about. Thank you, Ian. And that's the way to let me know, and all of us know, that you'd like to say something in either this current public participation agenda item, which is, as most of you know, for anything that's not on the agenda, so everybody here who's wanting to speak to or ask a question about a later agenda item can just hold those hands for now. And this is just the time period for any other business the public wants to bring before the board. And I don't see any at the moment. And just a reminder, I think I should remind people that you can call into this meeting. If you call in, callers can raise their hand by hitting *9, I'm told. Steve Barrett has his hand up, so I'm wondering if he's just getting ready for when we'll need him. But Steve, did you want to chime in on something? No, the hand disappeared. That's fine. Okay. And you'll see once in a while people join the meeting, and Patrick, the magician in the background, will be muting their cameras just so we don't have too many boxes on the screen, because when we have too many boxes, our ASL interpreters get really, really small and no one can see what they're saying. So I'm going to move on now that I've talked that out long enough for people to raise their hand. We're going to move on to our next order of business is going to be water and sewer commissioners. So I would take a motion to become magically water and sewer commissioners. Oh.
Isn't there an opportunity for people to speak about something that's not on the agenda?
Yeah, that's what I was doing just when I was
I missed that?
away.
Okay.
And I was doing that just to give people a chance to raise their hand, but no one actually did that.
Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. Keep me on task. It's good. So we need to do a little business as water and sewer commissioners. Could I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? Brandy's having trouble unmuting. Just if you could assist her, Patrick.
I move that we become water and sewer commissioners.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of doing exactly that, say aye.
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 And Brandy, it looks like she needs an invite for unmuting herself, Patrick, when you get a
I'll
chance.
check Patrick.
So we have Steve Barrett's going to join us now for potential purchase of a couple of vehicles for the utilities division. I think. We do have Brandy with us again.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Hi, Steve.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for allowing me to raise my hand. So I'm here tonight to discuss, or to make a request from the Department of Public Works Utilities Division to approve the purchase of 3 utility vehicles. What we're looking at is there's 2 smaller vehicles that's used in the water and wastewater. Originally, they were pickup trucks. Then we went to compact cars. And what we're actually proposing on this bid is to go to electric. The compact cars have proven pretty efficient vehicles for our daily rounds for the crews that check pump stations and go out and do water testings. And so to further increase our fuel efficiency, we'd like to replace with 2 compact cars. We'd like to go with a Toyota Prius to increase the fuel efficiency, which would replace the 2 compact cars. Then they're plug-in hybrids that basically would give us 25 miles during the day of all electric power. We've had some experience with this. Our engineering tech has been using a electric vehicle for about a year now, and we estimate about $100 a year in fuel, and the rest is all electric. So it's been quite successful. So what we'd like to do is we went with state bid on these, and Alderman Toyota gave us a bid of $24,832 per vehicle. And that's what we're recommending on this round for the 2 cars. And we're going to repurpose our fuel efficient cars, and one's going to go to parking enforcement, which has one of my old vehicles, which was a Chevy Blazer. So that will be much more efficient for parking. And the other vehicles will, we're going to, instead of trading in, we're going to sell. The third vehicle is at the water treatment facility. It's a full-size pickup, and that has a plow on it. It's used to clean out the pump stations and such. We're looking at replacing that. It's a 2014, and we replace it with a 2021 Dodge 1500. And the cost of the Dodge is $32,782.42. With a trade allowance, the final cost would be $19,582.41. So again, all 3 vehicles were done through the state purchasing bid system. And so that's what we're recommending. All the vehicles were budgeted in the Utilities Division capital plan. And the pickup truck, we had budgeted $42,000. That came in surprisingly really low with the $19,582.41. And with the cars, we had estimated in the budget $26,500, and those came in at $24,832. So that's our recommendation.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Steve. Daniel?
Why is that truck so cheap?
One of the things is state bid, it really brings the cost down. The other thing is over time now that we've had a very good capital plan, the vehicles that we are trading in have a better value. Mm-hmm. At one time, the vehicles that we had weren't worth much when we got done with them. And so the method in which we're using these vehicles, we're turning them over, they have a higher value, and we're spending less money on maintenance and upkeep and broken parts. It's been very successful. The cars, for instance, we haven't put anything into it other than oil, so, and the pickup trucks are pretty much the same, so.
Great.
Ian?
Hey, Steve, can you just explain to me briefly what the state bidding program is?
So the state of Vermont solicits bids for all types of equipment, for everything from loaders to specialized dump trucks to pickup trucks to cars to vehicles. So what the vendors actually put in a price and guarantee a bid price for a year. So the town can take advantage of that versus us going out as a town and looking for 2 vehicles. The state may, under this program with all the cities and towns, purchase many vehicles. So it offers a really attractive price value. And it is, I think it really works well. In some cases, we don't use state bid, but in most cases with these types of vehicles, it works real well. Sometimes we'll do a comparison. You can look up the pricing online. And then if you feel that you might be able to obtain better pricing, it might be a specialized piece of equipment that really isn't streamlined in the process of the state bid, then we might go outside that. But other than that, these type of vehicles, there's a high volume.
Yeah.
So the price is good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I know that I'm appreciative of the department always looking for the fuel efficiency, and I know Joshua Carnes' plug-in hybrid is a big favorite of his. Always bragging about how little gas he's using. So.
He does.
So we're not going to put a plow on the front of a Prius? No?
Probably
Consider
not.
that.
Darn
That might
it.
be rough on the suspension, I think.
Its time shall come.
Okay, so I guess if no one else has any questions, I might entertain a motion from a fellow board member.
My God.
Anyone?
I would, but I closed it.
I have it here.
Thank you. Don't take-
I move to approve the purchase of 2 Toyota Priuses from Alderman's Toyota for $49,664 and the purchase of a 2021 Dodge 1500 for a final cost of $19,582.41 from Central Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Thank you, Daniel. This makes me think, is the plural of Prius Priuses or Prii?
Priuses.
Okay. So I'll go with that. Daniel has made a motion to approve the purchase of 2 Toyota Priuses from Alderman's Toyota for $49,664, and the purchase of a 2021 Dodge 1500 for a final cost of $19,582.41 from Central Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Congratulations. Here's your keys. Thank you. Okay, so we need to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So moved.
Randy has moved to adjourn as Water Sewer Commissioners. All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? And that's 5-0. Our next order of business is to hear about a grant application. We need to open a public hearing for this purpose. Patrick Moreland's going to be telling us about this. And remind me of my procedure, Peter. We just declare that we're opening the hearing.
That's correct. And then Patrick will make the initial presentation. You can have the discussion as you would with any normal agenda item. And then you want to close the public hearing prior to taking action.
So we don't vote on opening a public meeting, though.
No, you don't have to vote on opening the public hearing. You just do that as chair.
I declare the public hearing open for this purpose. Patrick, take it away.
Thank you, Tim. There are actually 2 times in the life of a CDBG funded project where public hearings are required, one at the closeout and one at the very beginning, which is where this project is at. I'm here this evening to seek the board's authorization to submit a grant application to the Vermont Community Development Program for a grant in the amount of $492,920. This will be subgranted to Community Development Support, Inc., which is a newly created local nonprofit organization, and it will be used to support their project at 47 Flat Street. Many of you, I'm sure, will remember 47 Flat Street as the Sennell Auto Parts building on Flat Street, a building which has for the last 8 years, more or less, sat vacant. And so this is a pretty exciting project. Those funds, the grant funds, will be used in combination with other resources totaling $6.8 million, which will result in 19 affordable housing units to be created.
Okay, you're naked.
At 47 Flat Street. And the plan is for there to be co-working office space, I believe, on the first floor, with 4 floors of affordable housing to be remodeled and built above. This actually necessitates the addition of an entirely new floor onto the building. So it is currently a 4-floor structure, and it will be a 5-floor structure when this project is complete. As with a lot of these projects, there's going to be a real gutting and improving of the building with all new energy efficient facilities. This is a real home run for the Vermont Community Development Program. It is a project to provide affordable housing right in the heart of downtown. It's likely going to result in an enhanced grand list for the town. It meets the state's objectives for the use of CDBG resources, which is to promote economic development and affordable housing. So in terms of competitiveness with this particular granting source, this pretty much touches all the bases. In addition, I guess there's one other point I'd like to make about the affordable housing. Because of the use of low-income housing tax credits, the property for the next 30 years will be required to
maintain affordable rents as per HUD guidelines. And so, you know, there is going to be generation after generation of affordable housing in this location based on the project we're discussing this evening. In addition to the grant, staff is recommending a loan from the town's revolving loan fund in the amount of $150,000 with a 30-year term at 1% interest, with the first 12 months being interest only. These terms are very consistent with previous affordable housing loans that the town has with other institutions. And so I would be happy to take any questions, particularly about how this project fits this particular program. I would also note, excuse me while I let a couple of folks into the meeting here. I would also note that Bob Stevens, who is the board chair, I believe, for community development support, is in the meeting with us today. So if you wanted to ask him some questions, I could bring up his mic and his camera as well.
Great. Thank you for that summary, Patrick. Board members, you have some opening questions, comments about the Patrick's presentation or written report? Brandy first, then Daniel.
I think this is excellent, and I'm glad to hear that there's a bit of stability provided by length of time. And the fact that it's tied to HUD rates, and I don't know if any of you all have researched what HUD rates look like in the rental world, but they look real different than Brattleboro market rates. And so that's very exciting to actually feel like people might be able to afford to start their life here.
Yeah, I have to admit, I had to look up the definition of AMI. It's the area
Median income.
median income. I wasn't sure what the A was. Daniel, you had your hand up too.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about this project. I'm appreciative of the work that's gone into it so far, and I'm hopeful that it will continue.
Ian.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Question I have is to Patrick. So as you touched on, we've done this, I think, twice since I've been on the board for affordable housing, pulling from the revolving loan fund. Can you explain to me a little bit if this differs at all from what we did with Groundworks or Red Clover Common 2? If it does differ, how it differs from those two prior allocations we've done?
Sure. So this differs, and it differs significantly. With Groundworks, we've actually, the board has made a grant of resources to the project. And let's see, I believe that was also the case with Red Clover Commons 2. When the Red Clover Commons project went forward, they were seeking a grant from the state in the amount of $350,000, I believe it was. This is a very competitive program statewide, and so it comes to pass sometimes that you may have asked for 350, but they can make 300 available, and that was the case with Red Clover Commons 2. And for a variety of reasons dealing with the particular importance of that project, the board decided to make up the difference in resources, which was $50,000. So each project is different, and as they come together, there's frequently a lot of communication between Peter and myself and the project developers as to what's the need. And in this instance, there's a fairly substantial grant. I think the $492,000 is a significant grant at VCDP, but I think this project has all the bells and whistles and will be competitive in that. The $150,000 was the amount that the project initially requested of us. It's consistent in terms of terms that with other affordable housing loans that the town has, particularly with, I believe, Wyndham and Windsor and possibly the Housing Authority as well. Loans that we've had for years and years and years. These are 30-year loans sometimes. And so every project is different, but in some ways, this one's a lot like a lot of others.
Mhm.
May I just add one quick thing to that, which is if when funding like this is made available as a loan instead of a grant, the repayment of that loan comes back into this revolving loan fund, and as the name suggests, becomes available then to commit to another investment, either for housing or economic development here in Brattleboro.
And just to follow up, and the other thing, I just want to clarify whether I've got this right. This is different also because this is a private, I don't know what the other two were not private agencies where this one is. Is that correct?
This is a private nonprofit. I think that would also actually describe Wyndham and Windsor.
Well, which was Red Clover.
No, that
No.
was the Brattleboro Housing Authority.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. So for Red Clover and Groundworks, those were not private, and this one is. Is that?
I would look at Groundworks as a private nonprofit. I'm fairly confident they're a 501c3 private nonprofit organization. Community Development Support Incorporated is also a private nonprofit corporation, I believe. Like I said, Mr. Stevens is here, and he could probably speak to that organizational structure in ways a little bit more than I could.
I don't even think that I need that level of detail. I was just trying to understand if I understood the difference, what the differences were between what we've done and what this one is. That's all. So thank you very much, Patrick, and Peter.
If the board doesn't, oh, sorry, Liz, you have your hand.
I just wanted to voice my support for this project. It's another opportunity for the select board to support the creation of low-income housing for a variety of residents in the town of Brattleboro.
Absolutely. I was actually going to take up Patrick and Bob's offer to have Bob come on, and because I actually would like to just hear a little bit about the new organization that's formed, Community Development Support Group. Anybody familiar with Bob? Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Familiar that he's been a great partner to Brattleboro on various projects, and I just wanted to give you a chance to tell us a little bit about your new organization and what it will be doing in Brattleboro.
Thank you. And Patrick did such a great job of explaining the project. I didn't know that I had a whole lot more to add. So this nonprofit was formed for the express purpose of providing affordable housing in the town and community development, because there are other opportunities where we have some designs to try to add a public park or some open space next to this building long term, and this entity will be in place to hopefully facilitate that. That's the purpose of the organization, and the project, as I say, will, as Patrick described, will be at multiple funding sources. One piece that I would add that perhaps is a little bit different than other affordable housing projects. We've learned, and most people may not know, there are actually two different types of affordable housing tax credits in the state of Vermont. One type is never used. There's something close to $30 million of affordable housing tax credits that are sent back to the federal government every year because they're not lucrative enough to make a project happen. And the governor and the administration set out desire to figure out how to deploy those funds to create housing beyond the housing that we create with what's referred to as the 9% tax credits. So this project is also serving as a demonstration project that is only using those 4% tax credits and not using the 9%, which are in very high demand and are used often in this community for other affordable housing projects. It's a longer discussion as to why that's not used. And has a lot to do with the, our area medium income compared with the cost of construction. We are at a disadvantage even compared to Chittenden County. Chittenden County, the area medium income is higher, and therefore you can charge, the rents go up and you can handle more debt. It's hard to make a project work here. So your support is absolutely essential. It's a piece of the funding, complicated funding package that we brought together to make this happen. And if we're successful, we'd like to see the ability to leverage some of those lost resources, both in this community and across the state of Vermont. But we're using every other trick in the book, if you will, and the CDBG and the revolving loan funds are part of that, which is why this makes this doubly important. So thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Does anyone else have any questions for Bob while he's on? Oh, Liz.
Bob, can you describe the particulars of the co-working space that's proposed for the ground floor?
Yeah, so we've had a desire to create a co-working space for years, and myself working with various entities over at least the last 10 years. I've studied many different locations and trying to do that. For those that don't know, co-working is also not a very profitable enterprise. The gig economy, as we refer to it, the folks that really need that kind of space to prosper, represents close to 25% of the economy right now. And many communities have co-working spaces that really are there to support that cluster of folks who are working. Sorry, I got shut down, which are more and more. Luckily, this project will go online after we believe COVID is done by the time we get this built. But it is our intent to try to work with this co-working space to not just provide a space for a community to come together, but to partner with other organizations so we can bring support services. We'd really like to see this as a business accelerator program, where if somebody has a small startup business that is scalable, we can connect them with resources to grow and at the end of the day, build jobs. So one of the purposes of co-working is to find new ventures to get them started, to support them. And we have many other organizations, BDCC, of which I'm on the board of, the downtown organization, those two in particular, the Small Business Development Center, are all in support of small businesses, but connecting them, finding the businesses to connect to. We hope this location will provide a center to see that happen. So we're looking at taking the ground floor of the Snell building, the kind of retail floor, turning that into a co-work space, making that street more active, kind of bringing some life to Flat Street, which is fairly not lively right now, and kind of making that feel more part of the vibrant downtown that we have. It's part of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. I wanted to follow up just with a sort of a responsible fiscal question for Peter concerning the revolving loan fund. If you could give us a little bit of quick, general ballpark numbers of the impact of this proposed $150,000 allocation from the revolving loan fund on the fund in general.
So there's currently in that fund in excess of $800,000, but for similar types of projects, we've talked about some of them tonight. There have been allocations made from the fund that have not yet been expended because of the timeline of various different projects. So, and those allocations total up to between $300,000 and $400,000. So the available funding right now, the unallocated amount that is in the balance of this revolving loan fund is $480,000. So this will use as a loan $150,000 that will over time come back into the fund to replenish it and make available additional allocations.
Thank you, Peter. Further questions? Oh, Liz.
Just want to note that it does also increase the value of the grand list.
Yes,
it does.
Certainly more value than the building has now, I would assume.
Yes.
Good. Well, if there's no further questions, I don't see any public hand raised. I think a lot of people are hanging on for other agenda items. I think we could go ahead and close the meeting.
The public hearing.
I'm sorry, the public hearing, not the meeting. It's only 7:02. And we could take a motion at that point. Liz.
It's a long one. but
Yeah.
here it goes.
You could do them all at once?
I would think so.
Yes.
I move to authorize the submission of an application to the Vermont Community Development Program for an implementation grant for the Community Development Support, Inc. in the amount of $492,920 for the 47 Flat Street project. I also move to adopt a Vermont Community Development Program resolution for grant application authority, identifying Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the contact person and Town Manager Peter Elwell as the authorizing official. I further move to allocate $150,000 from the town's revolving loan fund for a loan to Community Development Support, Inc., contingent upon the execution of a grant agreement with the Vermont Community Development Program for the 47 Flat Street project, and in accordance with the following terms. A 30-year note at 1% interest, with interest-only payments for the first 12 months.
Thank you, Liz. So a three-part motion has been made. I did see a hand raise. I'm not sure, Gemma, if you're raising your hand to ask about this project or not. Perhaps we should go ahead and just let Gemma chime in to let me know, or it's possibly an errant hand raise, I'm not sure. But it is certainly fine to answer a question or hear a comment right before we do a vote.
I have one question.
Yes.
Oh, let me take my little sticker off.
Oh, welcome.
Hey!
Hi. I was wondering, what is the percentage of the facilities in this plan that are disability accessible?
It sounds like best person to answer that might be Bob. I don't know. Should I put you on the spot? He just has to be unmuted there, Patrick.
I think I'm unmuted.
Sure.
So I'm going off the top of my head. I think it's 10% or 20%. There's a building code requirement for ADA accessibility, and it's a distribution across different units. So I don't remember if it's 2 or 3 of the units out of the 19, but there is a specific prescribed percentage, and they will be accessible. The building is getting a new elevator, and so the entire commercial space will be handicapped accessible. There's a ramp to bring us up to the first floor, which is currently not, and then an elevator to get to all 5 floors. So every unit is visitable, as they say, and then 2 or 3 are designed specifically for handicap units in addition to that.
Okay. I would just like to state for the record, even though I don't have a vote here, that I would prefer to see that be 100%. My mother is a disabled person who is a full-time power wheelchair user. And my stepfather recently passed away, and she is looking for a new home. And I would really like to see it be here.
Well, we do have some dedicated for ADA, and often we find in the housing that's created, the new housing that's created, we frequently do not have candidates for the accessible units. So if we have somebody who is accessible, that would be a priority. So please stay in touch in terms of the timing of this is probably about a year out. But if you're still looking at that time, we'd love to see if that works, actually.
One of the things we like to say when we speak about disability rights is that we should all really consider ourselves only temporarily abled. So I understand that at the time that you make units available, that people may not be disabled, but they may become disabled later in life. And I think that's something that we as a community should really think about. And I'll end it there.
Thank you.
Good, thank you, Jim. A couple of other hands went up, and that's fine if we could just keep it tight. Sky, did you want to speak to this pending vote?
Yeah, so I'm also on the project team, and wanted to note that 20% of the units in the project will be dedicated to seniors. and we'll have an MOU with a relationship with Senior Solutions to provide support for seniors so that they can continue to live independently. So I just wanted to mention that aspect of the project in relation to Gemma's question.
Thank you very much. Good timing. We have somebody who's not really identified, tenant with tub. I will ask what town you're from and give us a name if you could.
Hi, my name is Frank Austin. I live in Brattleboro. I just want to get another voice on the record to agree with what Gemma said about having 100% of the units accessible by ADA standards. Yeah, just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Okay, appreciate the input. And Liz has made a motion, and I've lost all hope to just say what she said at this point. So I'm going to repeat that. Oh, Brandy first.
Sorry, I was trying to let the community go first. I guess I was surprised and maybe naive that when we're starting new projects, I'm surprised that we're not making everything ADA accessible, especially with the kind of, no offense to those of us under a certain age, but the aging demographic of our area. And I'm wondering if 20% are cared for by Senior Solutions, then I'm wondering how that matches up with 20% being ADA accessible. That seems to be a disconnect for me.
Okay.
Bob? Yeah.
I didn't want to put you on the spot. You're not really, you don't have to be interrogated, but we certainly appreciate you.
Happy to be, and I may have to ask Sky to distinguish between the Senior Solutions and the ADA requirements, because there's a number of different requirements that are built into the building, and I could be a little clearer than I was. The entire building is accessible, so you can roll into every unit in this building if you need to be able to get into the public spaces on the first floor for the co-working, or into any of the apartments, and to use the bathroom facilities in the apartments. And many of the attributes of that, we call it visitability, if you will. The visitability standard is a minimum requirement for Vermont for all new construction. So,
yeah.
So if you are senior and you need some handholds, or you need a walker, it works quite well with the visibility. The bathrooms are a little bit larger for that, to allow at least one of them for a wheelchair and for handrails. 20% of the units are what we call fully ADA. So those go a little bit further. Those have roll-in showers, and the stoves are lower, the counters are all lower. So it's built in for somebody who's probably functioning out of a wheelchair, which often, from what we see, is probably not elderly without assistance. It's probably more of an able-bodied person who is, trying to operate at a lower elevation in a wheelchair. And those are the ones that I was referring to that are probably not always used for people who have that need. We frequently, we make them available. They're out in the marketplace, but if they don't rent, there's often able-bodied people in those units that are built specifically for accessible units. But every part of the building is accessible, and all of the apartments are visitable, and all of them are therefore adaptable for aging in place. I also have in-laws who are in a unit that we built in the Brooks House, and as they aged in place and their mobility declined, we added components, handrails, and different things, and had to adapt. So I'm also quite familiar with the practicality of that. I see it walking around outside and sidewalks. It's amazing how that sharpens your eye on just how difficult it is to get around when you have difficulty even walking and not seeing those little cracks and bumps on the sidewalk. It's a very sensitive thing. But I hope that helps clarify. And if you're still there and want to differentiate between the Senior Solutions designated and the affordable, but I believe it's 20% that are fully ADA, and then the Senior Solutions may be accommodated in any of the other units as well.
Thank you. I think I was getting confused between visibility and fully ADA with state building code, and I appreciate the clarification.
Sure.
I believe you're correct, Bob. No further comment on my part.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Excellent. So we have a motion on the floor, as they say. Liz made a motion to authorize the submission of an application to the Vermont Community Development Program for an implementation grant for the Community Development Support, Inc. in the amount of $492,920 for the 47 Flat Street project, and a motion to adopt a Vermont Community Development Program resolution for a grant application authority, identifying Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the contact person and Town Manager Peter Elwell as the authorizing official. And finally, a motion to allocate $150,000 from the town's revolving loan fund for a loan to Community Development Support, Inc., contingent upon the execution of a grant agreement with the Vermont Community Development Program, yes, for the 47 Flat Street project in accordance with the following terms: a 30-year note at 1% interest with interest-only payments for the first 12 months. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 And that looks like 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for
Thank
joining.
you very much, Bob, for all this.
Good luck. All right, so we have next.
Can I just say something, Tim?
Yes.
I feel like I need to just let people know a little bit about my world. I had one child with pediatric surgery today and another got 3 vaccinations. And so I keep leaving the room because they're going through intermittent bouts of crankiness and clinginess, which it is fine. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, if you see me, run.
Yeah, no problem.
And they'll be in bed by probably the next 20 minutes. So.
Also, we saw Sky had a couple of kids with him too.
Yeah.
It happens. Mine was recently screaming in the next room, but luckily.
Okay.
Hopefully no one heard that. We now have a interim zoning bylaw public hearing. And once again, we have to open a public hearing, I believe.
Yes.
We are going to have Sue Fillion joining us, so I will declare the public hearing open. Let's see if Sue can join us for some details. This is something coming from the Planning Commission. Hi, Sue.
It is. Hi, Tim. Thanks for having me here tonight. I looked through all the names on the screen, and I think we have Prudence McKinney, and there's a Felicity. It might be Felicity Rattay, who's the chair of the Planning Commission. They're both Planning Commission members, so they're also on here tonight. So thanks for being here. I'm going to try to share my screen with you, if that's okay. I have just a couple of slides. I think sometimes it's easier to show pictures of what we're trying to accomplish, particularly when we're talking about the zoning districts. So it might help the public a little bit, if that's okay.
I'm excited for a screen share.
Oh, I am disabled from screen sharing. Patrick, can you help me out, please?
I am currently working on that. Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
We'll fill it with a joke. No.
Well, while we work on that, I can get started with letting you know that the Planning Commission has submitted this interim bylaw for you tonight to consider. An interim bylaw is a tool that statute provides for kind of in emergency situations. Brattleboro has had interim zoning bylaws in the past dealing with fluvial erosion hazard and some commercial development out in West Brattleboro. The Planning Commission has been looking at housing. Nope, I can bring it up now. Okay. So the Planning Commission has been looking at the housing situation, and I've been involved in conversations with some of the different nonprofit groups in town for some time now. The purpose of this interim bylaw is that we're trying to improve housing access and affordability in areas of Brattleboro where the land use regulations and town plan desire housing development and that are served by water and sewer. And there's two pictures here. The first one is a 5+ unit house on Green Street, and the other is Red Clover Commons, which is 55. The first phase has 55 units, and another phase is being built with an additional 18 units. And these are both examples of what we want to cut through some of the regulatory tape to allow more easily. And I'll come back to that as we get into the pieces of the interim bylaw. So why are we looking at these regulations? Like I was explaining before, the Planning Commission has been looking at how to improve housing affordability. And we had this great opportunity back in late 2019, early 2020, to work with the Vermont Department of Housing and Housing and Community Development. And they wanted to review our land use regulations. They were working on this project with the Project for Code Reform to look at how we can create more affordable housing in Vermont. And so they were looking at our regulations to kind of find the barriers that limit the choice of conveniently located homes at prices that are affordable to Vermonters. So that was a great opportunity for them to look at our regulations, give them some feedback. And we know that we're doing a lot of things right. We have accessory dwelling unit provisions. Anywhere that we allow single family homes, we allow 2-family homes. We have density bonus and we have planned unit developments. We pursued the neighborhood development area, yet still we have this housing availability and affordability issue. And so I'm not suggesting that we can fix this all through zoning, but we want to kind of take the feedback that we received and be able to make some minor tweaks to the land use regulations that could have some big impacts. And then the other part of this interim zoning regulations is, as we all know, COVID-19 has made the housing situation even more precarious for lots of people in our community. There's immediate and long-term health implications if you don't have appropriate housing. And so Vermont has directed a lot of the federal CARES funding towards the housing issues in Vermont. And they're offering rental support for tenants and landlords, and they're also putting some funding into housing unit creation. And the key part of this CARES funding is that this money has to be spent by the end of December. So that kind of, we've done the studies and we know that there's kind of this, need for housing in our community. And there, is this funding that's available right now. So that's kind of the emergency situation that we felt was in play to consider interim zoning. So this is a map of our zoning districts in town. And so the interim bylaws that we're proposing would apply to the following zoning districts. So it would be the urban center, which is the downtown area, the dark red on this map. It would be the yellow, which is the residential neighborhoods, the pink, which is the service center, the orange neighborhood center, and sorry if people have trouble with the colors, the IT areas, and the village center, which is West Brattleboro Village, and the brown rural business district. I think I got it all. And so these are the parts of town that it would apply to. And so the two key pieces of this interim bylaw are, number one, we want to remove some density caps that we have. So this little chart at the bottom shows kind of a table from our land use regulations. So each district has dimensional standards. We regulate the lot size. We have frontage standards and coverage, the amount of space on the property that can have impervious surfaces. We have setbacks, we have density standards, and then we have building standards, such as the footprint of the building and the height. I've circled what is the residential density standard. This happens to be in the neighborhood center zoning district, sorry, the service center zoning district, which is 18 dwelling units per acre. And this is kind of the stumbling block right here. It's kind of this it's just really limiting the number of units that can be created, and we feel like there's other controls that help to constrain the size of a new building. So it's really, preventing some people from having more units in their buildings. And so we, on the recommendation that came out of the state's report, think that we could try doing away with this residential density standard in all the districts I had just previously mentioned. And then the language that you see on the top right is the dimensionals. That's how it would look in the interim bylaw that you received. And then the other part of it, another recommendation that came from the work with the state was to eliminate unnecessary use restrictions. And so for the residential neighborhood zoning district, currently the highlighted yellow triplex, quadruplex, the 3-unit, 4-unit, and 5-unit are all considered conditional uses. And what we're proposing in this interim bylaw is to make them permitted uses. Basically, it's an added, to go through conditional use review is an added layer of permitting. It goes before the development review board. They're looking at lots of things, including the character of the area. And so we just feel that if you look around the residential, most of the residential neighborhood zoning districts, and I can flip back to that map at some point so that you can see it, a good part of them have, more than 5 units in them. Often there's 3 and 4 pretty regularly. So the one standard, which is character of the area that you get in conditional use review, is kind of it's kind of a squishy standard that can lead to NIMBYism. It can lead to interpretation and that kind of thing, that we think that there is enough multi-unit buildings or residences distributed throughout the residential neighborhoods that we feel comfortable that they could be permitted uses. If it was going to be a multifamily dwelling in a newly constructed building with the 5 or more units, then it would remain as a conditional use. So these are the proposals in the interim zoning bylaw. We're suggesting it be 2 years. The select board could choose to make it effective for less than 2 years, but 2 years is the statutory timeline. And then there's an option to extend it for another year. I will tell you that you will be receiving a request from the Planning Commission to apply for a municipal planning grant in the near future. We want to undertake a complete housing study with an action plan. So we think that as we go through that process, we'll be able to work out this on a more permanent basis if it's working, and also maybe some other regulatory changes that are needed. So that is the presentation that I have for you. I think if Felicity is on, she was possibly going to contribute a little bit.
Oh, Felicity, are you ready? There you are.
Ooh.
See if Felicity. Patrick, can you make sure Felicity can and Prudence unmute themselves?
While I work on that, is it possible, Sue, for you to stop the screen share, or is this integral?
No, I can stop it unless the select board has questions on the map or anything like that they want to see it first.
Well, let's go ahead and we'll bring it back if we need it.
Okay.
Would that make it easier on Patrick, maybe?
Oh.
Thank you. Looks like Prudence's mic is on. Welcome. Felicity is now on.
Oh, I'm now. I think Sue captured the essence of what the Planning Commission has been talking about for quite some time. Very, very well, better than I can. So, unless there are particular questions, I think essentially, I mean, the key is we've been working on trying to improve housing And this is actually an excellent opportunity for us to test out whether or not changing the zoning would have the kind of effect that we're looking for. From my perspective, I'm particularly interested in having more people move to downtown and not to be buying up land outside of town and building new houses. We want to densify downtown as a way of, well, making the town more sustainable using our current systems, water and sewer, and making walkability, of course, is essential. People can bike and walk to businesses and to grocery stores if they live downtown. So for all those reasons, this zoning ordinance is a really good one.
Great, thank you, Felicity. Not sure if Prudence had anything to add. Oh, I thought you were a frozen image for a moment there, Prudence.
I'm not frozen. I actually don't have anything to add. I agree with what Sue and Felicity said.
I have a question, if no one else. I didn't see any hands shoot up immediately. Sue, last January, we gave you guys the go-ahead to do a NDA application, which is the neighborhood development area, right?
Yes.
How does this sort of, how do the Venn diagrams overlap? If so, how does this help us a little further? I'm assuming you wouldn't have recommended it if it wasn't helpful.
Yeah, I think it's definitely compatible with the NDA. So that's a state program. It was pretty, they had defined guidelines of how you defined the geographic area, which had to be a half a mile within a designated downtown or a village center. At the time, we just did it for the downtown with a little extension. What the NDA does is for certain projects, it offers a reduction in permitting fees at the state level and possibly an exemption from Act 250 if that would apply. And so this is a little bit different. I kind of view it as making it easier on the local level for permitting. So it goes hand in hand in those areas. We did extend it beyond the NDA area. Part of that was we know we have water and sewer available in other parts of towns, and we were desiring housing. For example, up on Putney Road, in the kind of commercial area, we'd like to see that be more mixed use, and that's going to require more housing. So we wanted to include that. Also, West Brattleboro Village, they've had a lot of housing unit loss, particularly with Melrose Terrace moving. And so, having the ability to create more units in a safe way, obviously out of the floodplain, could help the businesses that are out there. And it is a walkable area as well. So we wanted it to go out there. And we did spend some time at the Planning Commission talking about the different residential neighborhoods. We feel really strongly about being equitable and that it shouldn't all just be the neighborhoods that are surrounding the urban center, because there is a lot of density there already. And so other neighborhoods could also continue to function well and have additional units in existing structures too.
Great, thank you. Sounds like they work hand in hand in a way. Ian shot his hand up, and then Brandy.
First off, what a presentation. Wow. It was incredibly useful and helpful. Yeah, I want to echo getting it out of the conditional use permit. Having been on the DRB, I can really speak to, I really agree with the character of the neighborhood one is really like, it's so undefined. So yeah, I really agree. And I think that makes a lot of sense. My question is, Sue, are there any ways that you're going to be able to measure how successful this is going to sort of achieve the goal that you're trying to get at? Any kind of measure in the next 2 years, I guess?
That's a good question that we haven't given a lot of thought to, but I do think, you know, a couple of times a year, there is a property owner that does come through the department and wants an additional unit or two, and it's a barrier. So, I mean, we can keep track of how many units are being created as to their affordability and whatnot. You know, we're not quite going to be able to track that, but we'll give some thought into how we can measure.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
So thank you so much this is really great work. And I think what I want to say to anybody who might be listening and tuning in that's not used to kind of hearing this kind of speak, it can sound like a lot and it can sound kind of, you know, area and data driven, but this is where the rubber meets the road when we're talking about making structural change inside of a town. That's what zoning is. And so we can do ordinances and we can do policies and we can do recommendations, but where things really take off is through how are we zoning, who are we as a community? And this is really strategic and innovative and bold, particularly for Vermont, which can sometimes move slowly, and Brattleboro, which can sometimes move quickly, you know, in the feelings, but slowly in the policies in the past. So I really want to commend you all for this work, and I really want the community who may not be used to hearing this kind of speak to just kind of sit with the fact that this is really big and dynamic work that it's going to make lasting change in our town.
Thanks, Brandy. Liz?
I also want to commend Sue and the Planning Commission. I recall 2 years ago when I was still on the Planning Commission, and Tim and Sue and I went to a conference on housing, which was full of strategies and remedies to create more housing, more low-income housing, and to look at zoning and so forth. So I think it's great that Brattleboro volunteered to be open to the scrutiny that the state provided and to do this work. And the most interesting thing to me is that oftentimes the Planning Commission writes a plan and it's a plan, and we have to wait to see whether people are going to bite. But we got an email today from a statement. I don't know whether George Paredes is here on the call, but he's ready to go. So I think that's wonderful that we have this forward-thinking plan that's been enacted, that people want to, revamp their own structure to create more units. And I think that what we've seen tonight is a large-scale plan to provide more affordable units. And then this is really a program to allow a variety of individual small-scale units to come online, which is, as Brandy said, a great thing for our town, because I think so many units get built in this way. And also, Sue, the town maintains for long-standing the ability to add an accessory unit to a home. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I think that not only because of COVID, but in general, we should all be looking to maximize, the ability to provide housing units because there's such a need.
Absolutely. I'll just say that I agree, and to thank Liz for connecting the dots there. It looks like possibly the first person with their hand up might be the gentleman. And I just want to point out that the timing is very good,
it's George.
too, because I think yesterday at 9 a.m. is when some applications were open for some pretty hefty federal funding in this area. And it looks like George has joined us. Thank you.
Hi, George.
Hi. Hi, everybody. My video may be a little bit choppy, but I hope we'll get it through the end. If you all have the letter, that's great. I mean, essentially, we'll reiterate that, I mean, you know all about the housing problems. I mean, and we recently took a 3-bedroom apartment and split it into a 2-bedroom and an efficiency. And just in the first 3 days, we had 23 requests for that. And I mean, we just put it down because, you know, we put the ad down because we didn't need it any longer. And there was a study about a year ago in Brattleboro about the percentage of households that are single persons, and it's 65%, and in the surrounding towns, it's even 85%. So very often these very large apartments, they are underutilized. So if we can bring them to the current, so to speak, standard that a lot of people live by themselves, fortunately or not, and I think we will help actually alleviate a little bit this crunch that we are in. So the situation with the CARES Act is that, of course, that money is available till essentially December 20th. So
we lost you there, George, right after you said available until December 20th. Let's see if you can come back. No, it looks like a little bit of a hiccup. I think, just in the interest of time, not sure how long that would take to clear, possibly we'll let Gemma come up to make a quick comment or ask a question. Didn't want to make any assumptions there. Thank you, George, if you can hear me. Hi, Jim.
Hi. I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to express my support for this. As many of my friends here will know, I'm constantly arguing for greater density in our existing town and city centers where it makes sense. The only partial objection that I would have had to the plan is that I really think that new construction also, at least in the immediate downtown area, should also be not a conditional use, but by right. And it's a shame that George's video froze there and we may have lost him, because I really wanted to thank him for bringing up the statistics about the number of single-person households in Vermont, which is a particular sticking point for me. And that's all I really had to say.
Thanks, Gemma.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah. And sorry, George, for your disconnection there. You're welcome.
Can he try again?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you'd like to off and then back on, we could at least push you to the top. In the meantime,
because he did send a statement, so if he's not available.
Well, I had a feeling he was close to the end, but
okay,
that's all right. We'll invite him if he can hear to join us again. In the meantime, does anyone else have any other comments or questions for Sue?
Gary Stroud.
Oops. Thanks for keeping an eye on that. Gary, do you want to jump in with a comment or question?
Hey, can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay, perfect. Hey, guys. I just want to ask Sue, and then anyone else can jump in. It's great. I see you guys are doing this aggressive expansion. This is awesome. We're doing things for the town and for the people. So I was just wondering, demographically, I see you're eyeing Putney Road and up by West Bay. I was just wondering, are there any plans or any projects in the making for Canal Street? Being, I guess that's the main thing coming off the bridge. People come up the hill. As I do a lot of my little brisk walks and exercises, going up there, seeing a lot of buildings and a lot of businesses that are just either sitting there like Sporties and other places up there. What are we doing to revitalize Canal Street? I guess that's my question.
Well, there's been some good work up, with Red Clover Commons. There's phase 2 that's going to be developed, but of course that's happening through BHP, Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And So, I mean, we put some tools in place to hopefully spur some other development along Canal Street. We believe the neighborhood development area will be really helpful. You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, everything that's going on, but
Right.
hopefully there'll be some development along there. We think that having the right tools in place will make it happen when it's ready.
Right. And I know the bridge project, well, I guess that's still put on a hold, Peter, for now. In light of the pandemic that happened, we were supposed to, I guess, that down there by where the Whetstone's at, that project, and see part of the faces down there. So I was just wondering, as you're coming up, I go by a lot of the places and businesses, and maybe a couple that are either closed, like the Flamingo. There's another one up by where there's another store that used to be the print press. So I guess a lot of these other businesses, I mean, what are we doing to encourage or get businesses to come back up on Canal Street where it used to be vibrant at one time? We had people coming up there walking. I mean, we have the Aztec restaurant that's there that's really busy, and they're doing good business. I was just wondering if other projects are in the making or coming up down the pipeline in regards to that, to see what we can do to bring businesses up on this end as well.
You know, I think that's definitely a good question to ask. I think it's a pretty big question, and just to remind everybody that the town itself, we're not developers, but I think what you're seeing in this agenda item and our previous agenda item is that we're moving from perhaps a board commitment to staying out of the way of good development projects to even moving into an attitude of encouraging. Certainly when it comes to downtown density, we're really trying to encourage that. But there is a certain balance to how much power the town has to spur development. But I think we're pulling out the stops that are definitely within our reach. But I love that kind of question because as you do, I walk around and I drive around and I think of different uses for different buildings. It's just,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, and to see an empty a building, even like 47 Flat Street, the previous agenda item, be essentially, as Peter said, be essentially empty for 8 years. It just, you don't want to get used to that. Oh, that building's not doing anything.
Right.
So the fact that people are going to be poor and it looks like 19 units, that's a big change. Peter, we're going to let Peter talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to note also in response to Gary's question that the item that is before the select board this evening is focusing specifically on housing. So, and it focuses on housing in a way that treats the Canal Street corridor and the neighborhoods around it in the same manner as the Putney Road area or the downtown area or the West Brattleboro area. So in that respect, what's being considered tonight is focused as much on Canal Street as it is on any other part of town. And then on other occasions, there are measures more specifically geared towards businesses and different types of businesses in different locations around town that are considered both at the Planning Commission level and here at the Select Board. But tonight it's about housing, and it's about housing in a way that is really trying to make higher density and more affordable housing available all throughout Brattleboro.
Right, and I guess in regards to that red brick building that's down off of Elm Street, and I guess the buildings on Bird Street as well too, are those being considered also as affordable housing? The ones when you go down on Bird Street where S.A. Oregon is located? I don't know if that's something that's been looked into or looked at, those empty buildings that are over there in that section where Brattleboro Housing is at. So, I mean, just, you know, seeing those other places that can be utilized rather than just sitting there as an eyesore. You know, like that big red brick building when you go down Elm Street, it's just sitting there. So I don't know what the status is on that or where it's going or what they're doing. I heard different stories that they were going to do it, but then they stopped because there were, I think, some type of toxins that were in the ground. So it's hard to say in that regards, because that's a good building as well, too, and that's a good property. So I didn't know what the status was on that as well.
Thanks, Gary. Liz has a comment.
I just wanted to mention, Gary, you know, the Planning Commission they plan. And the talk about each individual building, like we don't, the plan, they can't plan that specifically. It's an opportunity for anyone to make a project happen based on these relaxed regulations that are now being put in place.
Right, which is awesome. That's good.
Yeah, so, you know, you have good ideas and you want to gather with your friends and, you know, make something happen. Please do.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that, guys. Stay safe, stay healthy. See you at the meeting.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, see you soon. And I see that George was able to make his way back to us. You want to jump on there, George, again? I don't know if you heard me before, but I said that after you said the deadline of December 20th, we kind of lost you. But if you want to just...
I saw that immediately. I apologize. I'm a little bit further away. I'm in Europe actually right now, so it's a little bit. I'm on a sketchy line. So, but nevertheless, so the bottom line is exactly that. I want to say is that it's a deadline of December 20th. So that's why it's important to act fast. The rest essentially is on our letter, and we hope the more units we build, that will be built. I mean, what we suggest is like 2 units, which 2 units, of course, not going to solve the problem, but, you know, each one will help a little bit.
Every unit helps. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. But I'm okay. I'm done.
Thank you so much for joining us from away. Board members, how do you feel? Anyone have any follow-ups? Anyone?
Let's vote.
Yeah, let's make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move to approve the proposed Brattleboro interim zoning bylaw as approved by the Planning Commission on 8/11/2020 for the Select Board public hearing on September 1st, 2020 as presented.
Okay, I'm not going to accept that motion because I forgot to close the public hearing first. So we're going to say that I did that first, and then I'm going to repeat your motion, and maybe that is legal.
That's legal.
Close enough. Thank you for making that motion, Ian, which you're making now. To approve the proposed Brattleboro interim zoning bylaw as approved by the Planning Commission August 11th, 2020 for a Select Board public hearing September 1st, 2020 as presented. All those board members in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0, none opposed. Thank you to everybody. Thanks, Prudence. He's still on with us. And thanks, Sue. I think I would love it if we've been going at this since, what was it, 5:30. So we could use a break. We'd normally take a break anyway at 8. So before we hear about rotary heads for mowers, do you think board members would like to take a break before we dive into that excitement? Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of kisses already, so I should probably get those offline.
Yeah. Create a scandal. On camera. Cover that camera. Let's, if you don't mind, we'll go to 8:05. My watch is dead, but I have 7:51, so.
Okay.
8:05 we'll reconvene and we'll plow ahead.
Sounds good.
I keep looking at my watch, which died a while ago. So we're continuing with September 1st, 2020, Brattleboro Select Board meeting. And our next order of business is to discuss the possible purchase of rotary head for a mower. And Steve Barrett is going to be leading us through this adventure, I think.
He is.
Let's see if we have crickets at Steve's house like we did last time. Yeah. There he is.
If I open the door, you will.
I like the sound of crickets.
So I'm here now to ask, actually this is another a request for equipment, but this is in the highway division. It's for a rotary mower head. And for those of you that don't know what a rotary motor head is, give you a little history. In 2010, the Public Works Department purchased a roadside mower, and it has an extension arm and a boom, and it gave us greater reach to clear the brush on the side of the roadways. At the time, we purchased a flail mower, which was able to cut a lot of the larger mid-sized brush to clear the roadways. And so over time, that's been quite successful. So now we're looking to buy a rotary type mower head that'll attach to the same tractor. And so it can do a better job. And also with the stormwater systems that we're doing, we're planting grass and we can mow the drainage ditches. So it fits in well with our stormwater program also. This was purchased through a different avenue, which is called Sourcewell. And Sourcewell, we're a member of this group. Previously, it was called the National Powers Alliance program. And we're a member of this program, and they solicit bids for roadway equipment, airports, equipment, ground equipment. And so we looked to see if they would have the particular type mower that we wanted already pre-bid, and they did. And it was through Pete's Equipment in Morrisville, Vermont. And they were able to provide the mower head for $13,215.20. And this was in the capital budget, and it was approved for $15,000. So we're within the budget. We think it's a sound purchase, and it will help us maintain the roadways.
Great, thank you, Steve. Board member questions? No? Come on, nothing? I once did a promotional video for Unimog. You know what that is, Steve?
Yeah.
Enlighten us.
It's related to, you know, that Unimog is this company that makes these machines that do amazing things. And they have these reaching arm things that can cut roadways. And anyway, it's the only comment I could possibly think of making at this point. So sorry, everyone.
Actually, I have one.
I knew someone would chime in after that.
You got me, Tim. Well done. Do I understand, Steve, that what you're saying is the flail mower brought down this big brush enough that now the rotary mower head can like do the work because the flail mower got it down over the years?
You got it 100%. And then with the new stormwater rules, we're putting in stone line ditches, and then we're seeding the edges of that. So in the future here, a lot of the edges of the roadway, especially on the gravel roads, will be mowed, and we don't need a flail, you know, the larger rotary head to do that. And we still have the rotary. So if there's a case where we need the larger mower, we can use it, and they're interchangeable on this same tractor.
So it makes sense to keep the flail mower head because there could be a use for it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's still a use, but then this will make us more efficient.
Thank you.
Nice work, Ian. I bow to your mowing prowess there. Good question. Any board member would like to make a motion? And thank you, Steve. No one? Daniel?
Yeah.
Oh, Liz?
No, go ahead, Daniel.
Sure. I wasn't going to, but
no, I wasn't going to.
I moved to approve the purchase of a rotary mower head from Pete's Equipment for the price of $13,215.20.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has made a motion to approve the purchase of a rotary mower head from Pete's Equipment for the price of $13,215.20. All those board members in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Thank you. And Steve, I think you have something else to tell us about.
Yes, we have some Better Road grants to accept and appropriate. the Vermont Agency of Transportation has awarded the Department of Public Works a Category A and a Category B Better Grants for FY 2021. 4 categories were applied for in November of 2019. The grant was slated for March of 2020, but because of COVID, it delayed the award. The award categories are as follows: road erosion inventory, $8,000. Funding would support continuation of erosion inventory in remaining segments of outfalls. B is a correction of erosion stormwater problems for $20,000. Funding would support continuation of previously identified municipal road general permit issues on Bonneville Road. So we're seeking approval for both of these grants, and it requires a 20% matching fund, which we will do in-kind services and maybe with some supplies. So I'm requesting that you accept both of these grants.
So you can match with in-kind services in
That's
this
correct.
situation.
So our equipment, our labor, all those things can be used for the match, but also in some cases we can get materials at a discount price because we're buying more volume, so we'll just buy more materials. And this is, as you remember, in our budget, we increased the stormwater funding this year. So this is also, we're seeking out grants, so we can use some of the stormwater funding also as match if we need it. So it's going to be an ongoing theme. You're going to hear it. You're going to see it. We're just going to continue to do this stormwater. So Dan, Tyler did a great job getting this grant and the funds, so we want to move forward with it.
Great, thank you. Board members, questions, comments?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one.
All right.
It's more of just a general question about the select board. So are we on both?
Okay,
it's good time.
I'd like to see how I could help you.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we are, all right. I'm wondering if we are on both ends of this, of this like transaction. So in 2019, when you applied for this grant, did it go in front of the select board and we said, yeah, that seems like a great idea. And then now the grant comes in and you say, we want to accept the grant. And we say, yeah, that seems like a great idea. Is that accurate? Okay.
That is, you have it exactly. But in the future, we may come to you and ask to apply for, and then if we get the grant, to accept it all in one motion. That's
what I'm wondering.
Instead of keep coming back, because we asked you if we could get the grant, and you said yes. Then we get the money. Then we come back and say, well, now can we accept and appropriate? So,
well, and I guess it just makes me wonder: is there any situation where we would not want you to accept a grant that we approved for you to apply for? I don't know.
That's for you to decide, Ian.
Yeah, you never know.
But on your head be it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I realize I wasn't specific to this, but it's helpful for me to know.
Yeah.
Good question.
Liz.
I just, when I was on the skate park committee, we had to go through this process of asking if we could apply for a grant. And it made more sense then because we were asking the select board to apply for grants that we weren't necessarily that familiar with. So that screening process was helpful for the town and for the skate park committee. And then, of course, if you get the money, it goes through the town. So you have to have the town's permission to accept it. And so with Steve, it doesn't really make that much sense. But in the example of the skate park, it made a lot of sense.
That's helpful. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, everyone. And thanks to Dan for the work on that grant. Board member would like to make a motion, perhaps?
I'll make a motion this time.
Thanks, Brandy.
You're welcome. Okay, so I will move to accept and appropriate 2 Better Road grants from VTrans in the amount of $8,000 for a road erosion inventory grant and $20,000 for a correction of erosion stormwater problems grant.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to accept and appropriate 2 Better Road grants from VTrans in the amount of $8,000 for a road erosion inventory grant, excuse me, and $20,000 for a correction of erosion / stormwater problems grant. All those in favor, board members say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
That's 5-0 with none opposed. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Oh,
Oh,
one
Liz?
more thing I wanted to mention to Ian. Sometimes grants have conditions with them that the town may not wish to accept.
So that's actually why thank you, Liz. That's one of the reasons I brought it up was I was wondering if the reason we were looking at this was because of the 20% match requirement. If that was why we were looking at it, or if we just look at all of them. And
We look at all of them.
Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah.
And in this case, we actually did anticipate the 20% match at the time of the application. But there are times when, as Liz pointed out, we apply for something and then get granted something that's not exactly in the way we applied for it. And this is an opportunity to inform you of what strings are coming attached to it so that you can either approve that or not.
Thank you very much. I'm glad the town could be a part of my education on this.
That's good. I mean, you know, for every board member question, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there watching that has the same question. Thank you. Next, we have a request, and I believe Woody Bernard is going to be joining us for this, but it's a request to allow a free display of a banner. And I think Woody represents an organization that is making this request. I'm just talking this out because I'm assuming he might be joining us.
Hey, Tim, I don't see a Woody Bernhardt in the inventory. Perhaps you could ask that person to raise their hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Woody. Is it? Okay. Is it?
Oh.
Tamara's hand went down. So yeah, Woody, if you're listening, raise your hand. You might be using someone else's computer that we can't recognize. Or
Tamara's hand keeps going up and down.
Okay. Well, let's invite Tamara to talk, perhaps. We're looking first to get a overall.
Here we go.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm hoping Woody is here. Hi.
Hi.
So I'm on the board of the organization that Woody has formed, and we've been working with many groups in the community to be able to have a real universal sign that kind of helps, you know, show our values for democracy for all, have that hung up on Main Street. Woody's supposed to be here though.
Okay.
But I guess I can speak if he's not here. Do people have questions, or are you guys familiar with what we've done?
Well, the board is probably, I know the board is familiar, but it's great to have a little summary. If you're not comfortable doing that, I'm not sure what we should do.
Oh, I can do it. Here, let me just, I want to make sure I'm presenting it the right way because we have a great press release, but it's like saved in my file somewhere. But I can just talk off the top of my head. Basically, what we have is a sign, you know, that's been hung on Main Street in the past. And what we've done is we've reached out to the NAACP and folks in the Root Justice Center to make sure that we're properly representing all different people in our community. And it's talking about, we celebrate democracy is what it says on one side, and civil rights for all is what it says on the other. And then what we're doing is we're adding 2 pieces to it. We're adding the diversity flag that has the triangle in it. So it's the very inclusive diversity flag. And I believe we have Black Lives Matter as another panel, because on this big banner, there's room for panels on either side. And what we wanted to do is a lot of times we'll pay to hang it on Main Street and on different places throughout Vermont. And what we wanted to do was to be able to just have it there on Main Street without the extra cost, because we're a nonprofit without any money. But also because it's something that's universal really for everybody. And there's currently nothing being hung on Main Street. So we felt like that's a really nice way to show our support of inclusion for everybody and just have a really nice universal greeting as people come into Brattleboro.
Okay, thank you for that,
Thank you.
Tamara, for stepping in on that explanation. Liz?
Can we ask Peter to explain to us what the normal process is and what this exception is requested?
Sure can. Peter, you're being interrogated, should you choose to be.
I'm happy to be interrogated.
Even if you don't choose to be, perhaps.
So the policy related to this includes fees because the hanging of the banners is done by firefighters who are coming off duty on Sunday morning. And we pay overtime, and there's some equipment cost as well for the process of hanging the banners. And so it's a small fee, but there is a fee. If you're a Brattleboro organization, you pay $150 to have a banner hung over Main Street for a week. And if you're an out-of-town organization, you pay $300 to have a banner hung for a week. We often have organizations, including this organization in the past, who will reserve space for multiple weeks, either leading up to an event or just to share a message over a period of time. And we've had, I would say, while it constitutes sort of a form of advertising, certainly sharing a message and promoting either activities or just the existence of organizations that meet different needs in the community. The vast majority of those who do reserve the space are nonprofit organizations. Most weeks, but not all weeks, there is someone who has reserved this space and paid for their display. And we get a lot of feedback from organizations that are providing different kinds of services in the community that they actually, they get a lot of positive feedback from the hanging of the banner. Often, we've heard it, these organizations talk about how there's value to the $150 investment or the $300 investment that is greater than some of the other opportunities to promote the works, the good works of their organization. So, so there is some demand. Like I said, we most weeks do have some organization hanging. We have room there to hang 2 banners in a given week. Many weeks there's only 1. Many weeks there are 2. It's pretty rare that there's none.
Thanks for that summary, Peter. Liz, and I guess then Ian.
So I just want to clarify that what this ask is that we suspend our process for this group among other groups for the, for the reason that their group is important.
Yes, and it would be, as far as the town staff knows, the hanging of these banners has gone on for a very long time, decades. It's been done by the fire department through this procedure. And as far as we know, it's other than for town of Brattleboro events, so the town with a capital T, when town government is promoting, say, an election day or some other activity of town government, then we hang our own banners for free. But we're not aware of any time previously when any of the other nonprofit organizations have been allowed to hang their banners for free.
Okay. Tamara, I do see your hand. Stand by. Ian's going to ask a question or make a comment.
Nope, just a couple more questions. So you already answered one, so there isn't any precedent for this type of action based on your knowledge. 2 other questions to Peter, if you'll continue the interrogation. About how many community groups in a year use the banners, use that service, and how many weeks, I understand it's maybe a difficult question, how many weeks is it vacant totally? There's no banners on it at all.
I don't know the answer to the second question, I'm sorry, except to say that it's rare.
Okay.
And
Rare,
I
though,
do
is
have the data of the organizations that have reserved the space and paid for it over the last several years. And it runs between 30 and 40 different organizations do this over the course of a given year, any given year. We've had in the last 4 years, we've had as low as 30 and as high as 38.
Okay, thank you very much.
Randy?
Peter, can I keep asking questions of you? Would you say, if you had to say, knowing that this is a guess off the top of your head, generally are those banners promoting gatherings that would not be happening this year due to COVID-19?
Yes, there's certainly some of that. Some of the banners promote events or activities, and others promote just general messaging.
Thank you.
So it's enough of a mixture that it's hard to say exactly what the impact of COVID might be.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter, for those answers. I might bring Tamara back up, since I think she's become sort of the spokesperson in lieu of Woody, if that's all right. Patrick? Yeah, I'm sort of uncomfortable, while taking nothing away from the messaging, I'm personally a little uncomfortable with treating one group, however noble the cause is, different than every other group that we work with on banners. That's my main issue.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was pretty much done. I was, sort of launching off. I don't normally sort of speak first to things, but I wanted to just invite the other board members to do so if they were ready. Tamara, did you want to make any comment based on what you heard while you were waiting?
I just wanted to add that this is an initiative that's been worked on for 2 months with a lot of inclusion of people from the town of Brattleboro. So that was the big focus, was we don't want to just be saying, oh, let's go do this because it's a good idea. It's more of a community effort. So there's a petition that went around for the banner to be able to be hung on Main Street that's signed by 52 people who are registered voters in Brattleboro town itself. And I can share that list with you if you're interested. But they're all, people within Brattleboro town who are registered voters and community members. So they have signed a petition to support that this banner get hung up. There's 52 signers. And in addition, we also have organizations such as the NAACP and the Root Justice who are in support of this project as well. I can do a screen share and kind of show you what some of the panels look like on the banner. It is a Black Lives Matter would be one of the panels, and the other one is the diversity flag.
Stand by it. Liz, did you want to say something?
No, go. I saw Daniel with his hand up, and I've already spoken, so.
Thanks, Liz. So my understanding is that the people that are in support of this banner have in the past contributed financially to the hanging of the banner. And so I'm, really curious as to why that practice just wouldn't continue. If there are 50 or so people and it's $150, it's not a huge outlay on each person's part if this is something that they wish to see hung up over Main Street.
And
that would be $3.
Thank you.
I think it's also
I was at a loss.
Right, because I think one of the things also is it's a weekly charge. It's not, there's a certain period of time that the banner could be hung, and that's where we're looking at it being a little bit different. So I think, paying for it to get hung up is fine. But I think the idea that, well, then it has to get taken down after a week and there's nothing else to go up in its place, that's kind of really what we're looking at. If there's nothing else there, can we just keep it up longer? And I think as far as, paying for the firemen to put it up, I think that's probably something I'm sure people would be in support of. But I think right now it's where it's only for 1 week that you're allowed to have it up for. And that's what we're looking as being able to keep it up longer.
I'm going to defer
clarify?
to Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when an organization asks for longer, as long as nobody else has reserved the space for the following week or the following week, that there are some times when a particular banner might be up for as long as a month and have the reservation be for 4 weeks and the payment be for 4 weeks. So it is possible to follow the normal procedures and have the banner stay up longer than just a week.
Good to know.
But without the payments for the 4 weeks, right? That's the thing that would become more difficult.
Yeah, well, you're basically paying for ad time. One of my concerns on that is if your organization is granted this dispensation above others, then the attractiveness of another organization to hang a banner is a little diminished, I think, because part of the effect of the banner is it's not there. There's no banner, and suddenly there's a banner. So if there's always a banner, then it's less special to those organizations that are renting for that week. You see what I mean? It's more of a draws the eye.
So what Stephen Gilman from the NAACP said, it's important to support the initiative brought out by all citizens from all walks of life collaboratively and see what makes sense. So the idea that, this is something it's not advertising as much as celebrating, right? It's celebrating democracy. What Woody says is under the current political, social, and racist unrest and with the COVID threat and the curtailment of public events, and Main Street banner raisings, we think it would be appropriate to ask Brattleboro voters to be able to, support this. And he says, we know this is not legally binding, but we'd like to convey the spirit of our effort to the select board and hope that they will agree. So it's kind of, speaking for the 52 people who did sign, and I'm sure we could probably have more, but what we wanted to do is just have that spirit out there of inclusion. Inclusive, supportive, and accountable, and just showing, we're a place that value the people that are here in our community. And we're a safe place for everybody.
Okay, Daniel?
And I think that one of the ways that the community could show that they support the hanging of this banner is by contributing to the cost of hanging the banner, and that actually shows a great deal of support because they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. It was interesting to me kind of in light of recent paintings that have happened. So Bennington recently, decided to paint on the street. Montpelier did it, and it's been done elsewhere across the country. And those things, well, I'm presuming, are done funded by the municipality with buy-in on the particular message that they're funding. And whilst I think that the sentiment of the banner, is, it's hard to argue with. If we're going to use town funding for that, I'd like the town to really be driving what that message is. And, whether this particular group of words is the particular group of words that we want to spend town money on and say that, this is important above other banners that rise on Main Street.
Well, she's right here, and she's been speaking about.
Oh wait, we just got Woody on the telephone. Does he have something to say? Nick, do you want to give me the telephone?
In the meantime, Tamara, let me let.
Hi, Woody. Yeah, we're on. Are you?
He's Susan Kuhnhart.
Oh, Susan Kuhnhart is on the screen. Could you turn her on and Woody can speak with Susan Kuhnhart? That's Woody.
Okay, I see her down there.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can turn me off. You can let Woody speak. Sorry about that. Woody, I introduced it, but you can continue to speak, please.
Woody, hang on. Liz wanted to say something.
I'll wait till after Woody.
Okay.
Have you been following Woody? You've been listening? Okay.
So Susan's account should raise their hand. That makes it.
Can you raise your hand, Woody? Do you know how to do that? There's a little button.
I'll use this time to just point out that attached to our info is also a new announcement that the group has received 501c3 status, which means that any contributions to this effort would be tax deductible. Even better for anybody who willing to contribute to the effort.
Can I ask another question of Peter while we wait?
Yeah, please do.
Peter, can you, and again, I'm just putting you on the spot here. Can you tell us if there are other organizations that you know of who have put up banners over Main Street that are not advertisements for events, or, you know, kind of contain a message similar?
I know that it has happened. I can't cite for you specific examples of it.
Yeah,
it is more common. It's more common that a banner advertises some particular event or activity, but it is also, it has been the case that there are times when it is put up just to share a message.
Yeah, thank you.
This is like the Civil Rights for All banner, or is this a different group?
It's that banner. The one
It's
that's
that
asking
banner. Okay, thank you.
to be able to put it up for free is that banner.
Thank you.
It's Civil Rights for All. The other
Civil
side.
Rights for All, yeah.
I think the other side is We Celebrate Democracy, or it may be a different banner. I'm not
Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. My brain was like adding too many words in.
It looks like Woody is not getting the technology. I was just told by Patrick that Woody's not coming up. So, board, go ahead, Liz, sorry.
So I don't want the select board to be in the position of weighing or making an exception for one worthy nonprofit rather than another. Because, for example, is the Women's Freedom Center not worthy of having a free, you know, I just don't want to make those decisions when the town has a process in place and has had a process in place for decades that, you know, these 52 people could cough up $3 and they could conform to the process that the town has established.
Yeah, I agree. I think I said my piece. I sort of have my two main issues is it's essentially having the town make a statement of any political nature, regardless of how agreeable it is to me, and it's certainly an agreeable message. I'm uncomfortable going down that road, and I'm also mainly uncomfortable with the idea that it's not fair to the other groups that use this service that we provide.
Now, if we wanted to paint Black Lives Matter on Main Street and invest some serious money in that, that would be fun, right?
I like that. Let's do it.
But that's a whole other story.
Is it?
It is. That would be another agenda item.
I think that we would all appreciate that, you know, if the town wanted to apply and reserve, if this group wanted to go through the process and pay the $150 and hang the sign, we'd be happy to have it hung on our street.
That's actually happened.
Right, multiple times.
Yeah, so, yeah, multiple times.
Oh, there's Woody.
In the list that I'm looking at over the last few years, a dozen or more times this group has paid to hang the flag or the banner.
I figured, yeah.
Woody has successfully joined us. Welcome.
Woohoo! Might still be muted. We're halfway.
Unmute. There we go. Am I good?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I signed on my wife's computer, Susan Kuhnhart. So I've been in here this whole time, but you didn't know who I was. So I couldn't participate. I don't know if I would be pleased if you would let me go through my spiel at this time. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry about this.
Could you define spiel? Is
Spiel.
that your, no,
My
I know what the word
presentation
means.
to you.
Just meant like how much,
He meant Cliff Notes.
we were just hoping you could compress it a little bit. We have
I know it's getting
couple more
late.
items.
Okay, well, I am Woody Bernhard. Thank you very much for putting me on the agenda tonight. As Tammy told you, I am the founder of We Celebrate Democracy, Civil Rights for All, a nonprofit corporation. And I am also the creator of the We Celebrate Democracy, Civil Rights for All banner, which has hung over Main Street 13 times since April 2017. Our purpose is to promote positive, nonviolent public action for democracy and civil rights for all people. Part of that work is the banner. These very difficult times of political and racist unrest, and with fewer banners being hung over Main Street because of COVID-19, we, the board of directors of We Celebrate Democracy, Civil Rights for All, and the 54 Brattleboro residents who signed our petition, request and suggest that the Board of Selectmen of the town of Brattleboro fly the banner over Main Street in Brattleboro whenever there is no other banner to be hung. Whenever there is a space for a banner to be hung. I correct myself there. We think it would be a good thing for all of us who use Main Street to see the banner with the addition of a Black Lives Matter and an inclusivity, diversity rainbow panel on either end of both sides of the banner, flying over Main Street whenever there is a space for a banner to be hung. The purpose of this effort is to publicly stand up for democracy, inclusivity, and diversity, and to stand up to racism and exclusion. As you know, as to the cost of the banner, we are asking the board to make an exception and waive the banner hanging fee. I realize, as Peter said, that we're asking the rest of the community to pay for what some of us think that the community should do. Since 2017, we have paid for 5 banner hangings a year, roughly, at a cost of between $1,200 and $1,800 per year. For in-town organizations, the fees would be 1/2 of that, about $600 to $900 a year. I don't know if either rate reflects the actual cost to the town. We believe, our petition signers and the board of directors of We Celebrate Democracy, Civil Rights for All believe it is right at this time for the town to make this positive public statement on behalf of the people of Brattleboro and the wider region. And we hope that you will agree. Thank you for allowing us to make this request. I'm sorry for the terrible confusion, and I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, Woody. Liz was lightning moments before Brandy, according to my eye.
Sure. So what caught my attention from Woody's discussion was that I guess this group isn't a Brattleboro group. And when they made their 501c3, they didn't have a Brattleboro address. And if they had, that would have saved them a lot of money. So I would imagine that if there was a Brattleboro address to be had to make this application, it wouldn't be so onerous, and they could conform to the process that's been established.
Would it be okay if I make a comment?
Sure. It looks like the 501c3 is registered in Brattleboro.
Well, we have a post office box, but it's actually registered in Marlboro. But I wanted to say that this isn't about saving money for We Celebrate Democracy. This is about the town making a strong public statement in defense of oppressed people, who in this case are Black people and people of unusual sexual preference, we might say. Standing up for people who are now being discriminated against. I think under the current political situation, it's important for towns and for governments to stand up for people who are being discriminated against. That's what this request is about. It's not about money. We're not asking for money. I mean, I know money is involved, but it's really about standing up for oppressed people. As we know, in Windham County, there have been a number of instances of racist incidents where people put graffiti on the road, etc., on walls, and intimidate people in front of their houses. That's why I'm here. So thanks very much for giving me a hearing.
Okay, thanks, Woody. Board members? Randy? Sorry, I had forgot to get back to you.
Is my microphone still on?
Yes.
Great. So I kind of figured out after Woody came on that it was really not about the banner. It was not about the fee. It was asking us to make a statement. And I figured that because of the fees that they've already paid. And then Woody confirmed that. The one thing I want to maybe correct, I don't know if Woody, I think we're speaking off the cuff. I certainly wouldn't get behind anything that said unusual sexual practices. I think maybe we meant to say in deep support of our LGBTQ plus community. And so I'd like to kind of throw that out there as a possible gentle correction. I could be wrong. Yeah, so we're being asked to make a statement. And we're going to be asked to make that statement a lot. And I'm actually supportive of that statement because the people that don't need to have that statement made don't need our deep fighting. They're already protected. They're already safe to walk amongst us. They're already safe to go about their business. So they're asking us to make a statement that says, those of you that don't feel like you are included are also safe. That's what I hear. And I hope that gentle correction about our LGBTQ plus friends is accepted kindly by the committee.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian?
Yeah, thank you for that correction, Brandy. I appreciate that too. So I guess, and Woody, thank you for that. Definitely helpful to hear from you. I think my position is pretty simple. I absolutely agree with the message on the banner. I think everyone on the select board does, based on all the actions that we've taken since I've been on the board. If it's not about the money, it sounds like we put this banner up all the time anyways. Out of the 30 to 40 other groups that utilize the banner space, I would not be surprised if a number of them have messages that are similar to the message that's being the message that's being advertised with this banner. And I guess I don't really see the board having the right to make a choice over one community group over another. It just doesn't. I don't really. And if you're willing to pay the money and follow the process to put the banner up, I don't really see where else to go.
All right. Anywhere else? Anyone? Does the board think we should take more comments, or I think we've kind of talked this out. Brandy will always want me to go with, yeah, we have people sort of lining up.
And Brandy always does community first, yes. It's my flaw. Actually, no, it's my strength.
Of course it is. I nod to your strength. However, I would like some board consensus. Should we just...
I'd be happy to hear from the folks. I mean, I see Tamara in the list, and maybe if she wouldn't mind going last, be happy to hear from the others who are lined up.
Okay. Yeah, we have 3 people on. Why don't we hear from them?
Okay, 4 with Tamara if she wanted to speak. Tara, would you like to come up?
Good evening. Hi, it's Tara O'Brien. And I think I corrected you before on that one, Tim, but thank you. It's thanks, Brandy, for allowing some community members to speak. This friend is very grateful. I was just coming on to thank you, Brandy, for calling out that slip of the tongue. I hope it is a slip of the tongue. And one thing I will speak towards about that I do believe it is a slip of the tongue. One thing this group did do prior to, in the middle of their putting together this new banner, they were being accountable to the organizations and those folks who are marginalized in this town. They approached both the Root and the NAACP and out in the open to be part of the process and to give feedback. And they were quite open to receiving feedback from our communities so that we could support them in this process. So much so that the what Tamara called the diversity flag, which is actually the Progress Pride flag. I want to correct that. And it was open to making it even more inclusive. So I really respect that effort. It's not done by a lot of organizations trying to do this social justice work. So we support it, the Root supports it. And for not paying fees, we really, it's a statement the town can make by having this up there when there is open space. And we really would like you to consider that and what it means to the marginalized communities who see their flags up there. It's something that hits to the heart that our town supports those communities. So we really would like you to consider it. For creative solutions, you said you named all these other organizations. Like, even if it doesn't pass, can we get those organizations to say they support it? To be fair, if those are ones who pay fees, then reaching out to those organizations to say, would they like to, are they okay with this flag flying without additional fees? That's one way to go about it, trying to think of creative solutions. But I hope you pass this on the first round. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. David Levenbach. Join us. Or Yeah, there you are.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Just unmute yourself there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about this. I wasn't planning on making a comment, but two thoughts come to my mind. First is a question. In the event a group wishes to pay the fee for a message that might be less widely supported, and this is just hypothetical, a statement, for example, that Black Lives Matters is racist, would the town hang that? That's the first question. So, you know, democracy for all is something that I think a lot of people would support. There might be other messages that people might be less happy with. And then the second observation I wanted to make was if the select board gives this group the right to hang without paying a fee, it's essentially favoring one message over another. Now, the public safety review process has to do with the values of the town in its operations, how it operates police, what it does with respect to homeless or people who are panhandlers. But here is a separate matter. It's not town operations. It's purely a matter of political speech. And this is a case of the town proposing to subsidize a particular political message. As much as I agree with it, I think it's a question. That's it. Mute me, please.
You are muted. We don't do that, by the way. Patrick handles that. Thank you, Patrick. I think Tamara, I'm going to get all my pronunciations wrong from now on, was possibly waiting in the wings.
Yeah, hi. No, I was just advocating for Woody. Sorry, I was just directing you guys to where his email was. So I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And just to be fair, we'll take one more, tenants, Robbie and Barry, and then we'll be probably done with taking comments. Are you able to join us?
Hi. Yeah.
Could you tell us your name and where you're from?
Yeah, my name is Robbie, and I live in Brattleboro.
Thank you.
Yep. A couple meetings ago, you guys said that you aren't going to tolerate racist behavior in meetings. So someone insinuating that Black Lives Matter is racist, regardless of the point that they wanted to make after that, is disgusting. I really think that we need to stop derailing this and get to the big proposal that was laid out to you guys. So that's all that I want to say. Can we please keep moving forward and not allow racist people to speak at these meetings? Thank you so much.
I don't recall any insinuation that Black Lives Matter was racist. I don't. Oh, possibly. Oh, that might have been the comment about some people think Black Lives Matter.
It was the
racist. Okay.
Hypothetical what if, which, you know, yeah.
I can think of a better example to illustrate that point. I think a better example to illustrate that point is a group wanting to put Blue Lives Matter. So both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter are controversial depending on what side of a political spectrum you're on. And I think the commenter's point was that to favor one political view over another is a road that the town might not want to go down. Liz.
I think the issue is more that other groups want to post this sign, and there's a process for posting a sign.
Sure.
And you don't want to, I use the example of the Women's Freedom Center or whomever else might have a banner, that we would be in the position of making these judgments, making these exceptions, rather than the essential fairness of the process that has been established over decades.
Right. I just want to add on to that, like, fundraising is a part of activism, right? Putting your money towards organizations that you support in order to enable them to do their work is like a way that you can show your support for certain, things. And so this organization has proven themselves very capable of raising funds to raise this banner previously. I think they should just continue to do that. I don't really feel the need to get into like the words on this particular banner. I don't think that's the issue. I think like there's a process, and it's a fairly accessible process. We're not talking about thousands of dollars here. So I just don't see why we're kind of laboring over this.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a motion to be made, Tim.
Well, Brandy, unless you would like to make a motion, it doesn't feel like there's full support.
Can somebody give me the wording for a motion anyways? Peter? And I'll make it.
Sure, I move to...
Well, that's fair.
No, Daniel's got it. That's cool. I'm seriously, that's fine.
So it'd be something along the lines of, I move to allow free display of the We Celebrate Democracy, Civil Rights for All banner when there is a free space.
That feels true. Does that feel true to everybody? For a motion?
It feels true to the request, yes.
Yep. Awesome.
That's the motion you want to make, Brandy.
I think that sounds like what they wanted to say, that when there was nothing else flying, that we would fly theirs, basically.
Right.
And waive the fee.
And waive the fee. Thank you.
Make an exception for them and them alone to waive the fee.
So.
Okay, so who's making this motion?
Daniel's making the motion.
No, wait, Daniel, you don't want to make a motion, do you?
Yeah, I just made it. It's fine.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah.
Okay. Daniel has made a motion to, I'll paraphrase, to...
I just used the administrative report.
Yeah, I should have gone back to that. Stand by. Apologies. To allow free display of the We Celebrate Democracy / Civil Rights for All banner without fees being charged. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay, please.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, that motion fails. 1 for and 4 against.
Thank you for all those involved in bringing that motion and getting those signatures.
Thank you.
Let me just add that I would look forward to seeing the banner hung using the usual process.
Thanks, Liz. Next, we have a presentation or request from the Tenants Union of Brattleboro, a request for an ordinance regulating housing lease deposits. And speaking to that will be, I think, was it Trevor? Or let's have Trevor on if you're here, Trevor. And possibly, hello.
Hi.
And if you have others, maybe 1 or 2, because we don't want to have too many people on at once. You're welcome.
We have a few people, but our whole presentation is about 15 minutes. So we have like an order set up, and people are going to raise their hands, and it should move quickly.
Okay.
Okay. So before I begin, my partner Ananda here is going to read a land acknowledgement.
Hi. So we would just like to acknowledge that the whole town of Brattleboro currently occupies the land of the Abenaki and the Pennacook people. This land was fiercely defended against settler colonialism for more than 200 years by the Wabanaki Confederacy. We hope that the stewardship of these lands will be returned as quickly as possible to the hands of its indigenous inhabitants. So I'm going to pass things back over to Trevor, but before I do so, I'd just like to submit that the proposal we're about to read received over 200 signatures of support from residents and organizations in Brattleboro.
Yeah. So, a summary, the Tenants Union of Brattleboro is seeking to petition the Brattleboro Selectboard to adopt an ordinance limiting the value of required payments and deposits required of renters before they can move in. The enormous cost of securing a new place to live is an ever-rising hurdle to housing people in our town. There is no reason to require more than the first month's rent and a security deposit equal to that amount before allowing a tenant to move in. The City of Burlington has already voted this basic protection into law as Ordinance 18-120 deposits. This is also law in the states of New Hampshire and New York. We can use the language of the Burlington Ordinance to adopt this protection here in Brattleboro. 60% of Brattleboro residents are renters. As anyone who has been houseless or has houseless friends and family knows, all that it takes is a momentary loss of income to lose access to housing. When someone inevitably has to move out of their apartment, the often insurmountable challenge of immediately producing the equivalent of 3 or 4 months' rent to secure a new residence is one of many factors that keep people chronically unsheltered. There are a large number of factors that force particularly low-income people to move and search for new housing. A 2014 survey found that 20% of houseless folks had experienced some kind of domestic abuse, and another 20% were children. Though many of these issues are systemic and long-standing, the COVID crisis has further isolated many people in abusive situations, and the first, last, and security formula is one more barrier to families leaving abusers behind. These deposit costs inevitably punish the most vulnerable segments of our society. As of 2019, Vermont's houseless population was decreasing, but there were still severe shortages of spaces and shelters. Of course, there has been a spike in unemployment this year, and almost a third of Americans are behind on their rent. With pandemic unemployment assistance and the federal eviction moratorium coming to an end, we need to ensure that housing is accessible and affordable to the people who need it. Building more affordable housing is fantastic, but it is not a cure-all. HUD standards for affordable housing still raise the grand list value of properties, as was mentioned, and 3 times an affordable rent is still too expensive for most people. So we need to keep the prices down on market rate housings as well. Limiting the cost of required deposits is a simple, immediate, and effective step in this direction. My partner Ananda will now read the text of the ordinance.
Okay, so the ordinance that we are proposing is as follows, and it is taken, just slightly reworded from an ordinance already passed under Burlington's law. Okay, so no other payments or deposits beyond the first month's rental payment and the deposit described in this section may be required as a condition of rental, lease, or occupancy of a rental unit as a dwelling. An owner may require a reasonable deposit as a condition for the rental, lease, or occupancy of a rental unit as a dwelling, as security against damage beyond normal wear and tear to the premises, which is attributable to the tenant, against non-payment of rent, against non-payment of utility or other charges which the tenant has been required to pay directly to the landlord or to a utility, and against expenses required to remove from the rental unit articles abandoned by the tenant. This deposit may not exceed the amount of 1 month's rent for the unit rented and shall accumulate interest with an interest rate at least equivalent to a current Vermont bank passbook savings account. This deposit shall not be used by the tenant as the last month's rent unless otherwise specified in a written lease agreement between the parties. So we've received a number of emails and comments from landlords in the Brattleboro community. For the sake of transparency, expedience, and clarity, I'm now going to pass things off to a few of our members just to offer some arguments in favor of the ordinance and to address what we expect to be the most pressing concerns that may arise in response to our proposal. Some of my fellow tenants will have their cameras turned off. They're doing this because they wish to remain anonymous out of concern for retaliation from landlords against them as tenants. We will be putting up raised hands in the order that we're prepared to present. This will take several minutes, but it will hopefully prevent several hours worth of debate. So we ask that you just let us finish before opening the public comment. So I'm going to now pass things off to my co-tenant member, Dory here, and they will make a statement. Thank you.
Hey, Dory. Just have to unmute yourself.
There it is. Nope.
Yay. Hi. How are you guys doing?
Ah, there we go.
There it is.
I was like, I'm trying. Okay. A big aspect of this is when we talk about, hi, my name is him pronouns. A big aspect is when we talk about the general welfare of the town, and that's obviously the select board's job to promote the general welfare of the town population. 60% of the town are renters. This amendment is towards the general welfare of the town on those mostly of lower income that cannot afford their own properties. This is a pretty common sense law that'll be good to keep this town affordable for its lower income, marginalized, and young renters. And it's not something that affects most landlords, truly. There's also only a very small percentage of landlords in the town that it would actually affect. So when we talk about the benefits over the cost, it would be benefiting such a large amount of low income renters. And there are many landlords also who signed the petition in support of this proposal. We talk a lot about how to serve these communities and how to make sure Vermont remains a state for everyone. Brattleboro is a popular place to be, and its rent is not going down. I was born and raised in this town, and I returned to make this my home. I've struggled to pay rent many times in my life, and I have not been able to afford an apartment because of the first, last, and security in my life. It's just a true thing that happens to a lot of people, especially if you're young. And I'm 35, so I'm not even that young. We are in this unprecedented economic collapse, and there's always a time to help people. And the Select Board has been doing a really great job tonight, pushing through all these affordable housing programs, and I commend you all for doing that. And this has been a night so we can just continue to make sure that this town does remain in the realm of affordability. COVID aside, Vermont has been vulnerable to housing since I was born in 1985. One small fact to speak of this is in the recent housing assessment in February 2020 released by the Vermont ACCD, over 50% of Vermont renter households are cost burdened. 26% pay 30 to 49% of their income on rent, and 25% pay 50% or more of their income on rent. That's just insane numbers. And we're already in a situation where the market is really good for landlords and really hard for tenants. Windham County currently has a 1% rental vacancy rate. Anyone who's lived here for a while knows how hard it is to find good, affordable housing. And if for some reason you lose it, good luck finding something else affordable in this town. It's going to be really hard. A simple ordinance would be an act in the interest of the general welfare of the people now and in the future. And I would love to pass it on to Echo. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Echo, you're welcome to speak. Don't forget to unmute yourself as soon as you're able.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Echo, she, her pronouns. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I keep forgetting to ask if you just let us know what town you live in.
Yep, I live in Brattleboro. I live in downtown.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So do you all want Vermont to fall into a conservative past? I know Vermonters really love to make fun of New Hampshire, but New Hampshire has this law in place statewide. And same with the entire state of New York as of last year. It turns out New Hampshire offers far more progressive tenant protections than Vermont. We are surrounded by better examples. There's no reason for us to not respond similarly here. If this town is so hip and progressive, the Select Board needs to act and respond appropriately to that. Thank you. I'm gonna pass it on to Earl.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I see an Earl, but I see Danielle. So maybe help us out by turning on and off your raised hand. Brandy, put down your hand if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Hold on one second.
Unless
but,
you want to say something.
But my hand is still up.
I get it. I get it.
But I'll put it down for now so I can help. Hold on.
There's Earl.
Oh, wait, at the bottom. I always forget, sorry.
You're a board member, Brandy. I'm always going to. You're right.
Don't lie.
You're right
Don't
there.
lie.
Such love. Earl, are you with us?
I see Earl.
No, I think it's a connection issue.
Yeah,
No,
I did
pop
see him for a
fan.
second.
We could go to the next.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's back.
Yeah. Okay, one more try for Earl, if you're able to join us.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, we hear you.
Sorry, I couldn't find the raise hand button, and maybe I was clicking it too many times.
Whatever.
Hi, my name is Earl. I'm a tenant in Brattleboro. So as we eventually throw this to community comment, we're expecting to hear a lot of concern tonight about the fact that the proposal disallows landlords from charging last month's rent upon move-in. And I just want to drive home that, yes, this is very much the point of our proposed ordinance. This argument is likely to be framed as if we are taking away something from landlords, but I would ask the select board not to fall prey to this rhetoric. It assumes that the current format as it stands is fair, and that change in its structure would be a deviation from this fairness. However, I think it's simple to show that the burden that is forced onto the backs of tenants is far heavier than that which landlords would have to bear if this ordinance were passed. A study by Go Banking Rates at the end of 2019 found that 70% of Americans have less than $1,000 in savings. Another 2019 study by CareerBuilder found that 78% of workers in this country live paycheck to paycheck. This paints a pretty stark picture of the state of the working class in this country, and Vermont is no exception. According to the State of Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development this year, 25% of Vermonters pay over half of their total income in rent, and roughly 50% pay over a third. Imagine being an average Vermont citizen in this climate. Say that you were applying for an apartment and you were lucky enough to find a space that has only cost a third of your income, which is over the formal definition of rent burdened. Imagine that you're lucky enough to have managed to save up $1,000 over the past few years for emergencies. You're asked to pay first, last, and security deposit to move into a home. And this will consume your entire month's wages. The Vermont legislature estimates that the cost of living in a rural area like Brattleboro for a single person, aside from housing, is roughly $1,500 a month. Where does that leave our average Vermonter with no savings and a deficit to account for just to protect somebody else's investment? This is not even a representation of a poor person in our community. This is a representation of a person with above average means. Half of our community is worse off. And those are the people who we should be focusing on helping. We do not choose to rent. We have to rent. Housing is a human right, and anyone who has felt the encroaching chill of these late summer mornings should be able to recognize this as winter creeps closer. We have heard repeatedly that the requirement of last month's rent is a huge barrier for people seeking housing. Many people are forced to reach out to their friends and families for loans just to afford the cost of moving in. I myself have paid a friend's deposit to make sure that they had a home. Why should this burden be pushed onto the community just because a landlord is afraid that they might not get paid? What if a person doesn't have generational wealth to rely on? Once again, we have to rent. This is not a choice. This is a system that reproduces our poverty while protecting the incomes of the wealthy. I can understand that at this point you may be thinking that we're just crazy radicals asking for way too much. But as we've previously mentioned, all of New Hampshire and New York have this law in place, and for good reason. Tenants are far more likely to be able to come up with last month's rent once they've already been in a cycle of rental payment and stability. The potential for an occasional tenant not to pay last month's rent should not be used as a reason to make housing less accessible. Being a landlord is an investment, and investments come with risk. Even if this does occur, the last month's rent is still owed by the tenant, and there is a robust legal recourse for the landlord to recoup those funds. Additionally, it's far more common for the average renter to move out in the middle of their last months of tenancy while still paying the full month rent. This is effectively a legally mandated gift for the renters to the landlords that pays them for the unused time while simultaneously supplying them with more time to prepare for the next tenant. We posit that this value, or the value of this practice, is worth far more than the whole, or on the whole, than the value that property owners occasionally lose on last month's rent. Many landlords are perfectly comfortable taking on this risk and do not charge last month's rent, which leaves us with the assumption that those who do have this requirement are intentionally using it to filter out people without savings or other forms of wealth who could otherwise afford to rent. We know that this barrier is unnecessary and unjust, and that people in our community should have more access to the rental market. For a landlord, this is an investment, but for us, this is our home, our roof, and our safety. One more time, we do not choose to rent, we have to rent. And thank you. I'd like to pass it on to Barry and Robbie.
I have a Danielle in the line. I'd like to go to Danielle first. Unless Danielle wants to yield.
Hey, our whole presentation isn't in order, so I'll pass to Barry and Robbie, and then I'll go last. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Barry and Robbie. Don't forget to tell us where you live, please. It is valuable for us.
Hey, Robbie here, and Barry's going to talk right after me. Everyone that has spoken so far, I don't know if they've said it already, but they are all from Brattleboro. They are all currently tenants in Brattleboro. I am also a tenant in Brattleboro, and so is Barry. It is an evident problem that landlords already perceive tenants off the bat as untrustworthy, and their response to this proposal shows intent of retaliation and discrimination. Like Ananda said, we've received several emails in response to this proposal, and we want to address those arguments for transparency and expediency in getting this passed. I'd like to start off with an alarming statement that was emailed to us by a local landlord with several units in Brattleboro. He says, and I quote, "While I agree with you that the problem is real and significant, I believe this ordinance will lead to more inequity in housing for lower income tenants and will lead to pushing out anyone with a non-perfect credit background and strong income from our community." End quote. The tenants union has also received several similar notes from landlords threatening a tightening of financial criteria. Landlords admitting that they will make housing less accessible to low-income community members by boosting financial requirements and standards for tenants and denying housing to anyone because of non-perfect credit score is baseline discrimination. Especially in the unstable time of COVID, when a historically unprecedented amount of renters are relying on state and federal aid to afford basic living expenses, this discrimination is strictly illegal due to Vermont state fair housing law that protects renters specifically against discrimination based on receiving public assistance or benefits. At this moment, most renters are receiving unemployment or financial assistance. There is no end to COVID in sight, and people are receiving public benefits and will be for a long time. Everyone deserves safe and secure housing. The public health crisis and financial crisis of the pandemic disproportionately affects the working class, low-income people, and renters on top of an already long-standing housing crisis. Openly threatening to deny housing access because someone is already struggling is violent. Compounded with the intensity of the pandemic, this can very easily lead to houselessness, the spread of disease, and increased risk of death to unhoused tenants. I'm going to pass it off to Barry, who's sitting right next to me.
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm also in Brattleboro. I'm a renter in Brattleboro. So yeah, to expand on that, we feel these threats of restricting housing along unreasonably high financial criteria that an overwhelming majority of tenants fall short of to be somewhat of an empty threat, because we very much doubt that landlords will keep their investment properties empty. As mentioned before, a statistic from the 2020 Vermont Housing Needs Assessment released by the State of Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development this February shows that over 50% Vermont renter households are already rent burdened. If access continues to be stifled, no local renters will be able to fill the units in this town. This threat alone is proof of retaliation that deliberately harms tenants. Why would landlords make a stink that supposedly losing a tenant's last month's rent and then choose to make their properties unrentable and keep them empty? It's an empty threat. Again, this is discrimination, and that's the point. I want to kind of drive home that housing is a community safety concern, and this is directly also related to the recent proposal for community safety. Laws might not be explicitly racist, but there are trends of who has been excluded from property acquisition and generational wealth who do not have the financial access others have, and this is often on racial lines. Looking at redlining, looking at historic land ownership trends, BIPOC and poor people have been systematically pushed out of access to housing. And this is a continuing trend. At the turn of the 20th century, Vermont recruited specifically white European immigrant farmers and intentionally did not extend this effort to Black farmers in the states. In the 1930s, there was a massive campaign to recruit second homeowners to the state, further cultivating it as a place for wealthier, mostly white people with access to college education, high-paying jobs, and family wealth. Tourism even plays a role here in the maintenance of a marketable image of our town that appeals to visitors, a big part of our economy, while not making it inviting or even habitable to struggling residents. We also see this continuing today, specifically in the high volume of out-of-state buyers. In 2018, Vermont even initiated a program to pay comfortably employed remote working younger people $10,000 to move to Vermont. Instead of marketing to someone out of state who may be able to afford higher housing prices, our community really needs you to focus on making housing accessible and safe for the people who already live here. Quickly to add, since the subject of affordable housing was brought up earlier in this meeting under a different agenda point, I'd like to touch as well on that. Actual affordable housing is direly needed in Brattleboro, as was mentioned, not just market rate affordable. It's alarming that some members of the select board were unfamiliar with the term AMI, the area media income, because according to the recent ACCD study again, 74% of Vermont's renter households have incomes less than the median. In fact, 26% of renter households in Vermont make equal or less than 30% of Vermont's median income. That means, at best, they make up to $17,345 a year. That's an average of $1,445.16 per month at best. Tell me, can any of the renters in this income group, which again is 26% of Vermont renter households, pay first, last, and security on a $500 unit, even if they could do the impossible of finding such a cheap and clean unit that is safe and up to code? No, not only do they not even make that much money in 1 month, but would also not be able to buy anything else, such as food. Does a person in this income bracket have any savings? No. It's likely that a person in this income bracket has access to family wealth? Also, no. To bring it back to our main point here, there are long-standing trends of housing inaccessibility. We need you to enact the security deposit ordinance to begin to combat this, and we need you to stand up for tenants in the face of blatant class discrimination we are evidently facing. Yeah, with that, I'm going to hand it back off to Ananda.
All right, I think we're back to the beginning. Trevor and Ananda.
Hi. Okay, so just a few more here and we're close to the end. Pardon me for reading off of something. Okay, so it has been specifically suggested to members of this union that landlords may respond to this ordinance by raising their rental prices in order to create a loophole through which to continue screening out individuals who would not be able to pay upfront costs as they currently stand, or to recoup what they see as their losses, a matter to which my co-tenant presenters have already spoken at thoughtful and I think very eloquent length. The notion that landlords would raise their rent in order to screen out financially unsuitable tenants is, in my opinion, openly retaliatory in nature and serves to punish our most vulnerable citizens simply for finding themselves in a state of temporary or extended precarity. Furthermore, the idea that poor folk do more damage than the wealthy is prejudicial and ill-informed. In my personal experience, folks who don't have the funds to fix the consequences of their mistakes are more careful with property and create less damage. Landlords are often guided by horror stories of unruly or intemperate tenants who cause insurmountable property damage and then bail out on rental agreements with no consequences. This is, quite frankly, a myth which serves little purpose beyond degrading the reputations of those who are already ostracized from our society without recourse, and ignores the financial devastation renters experience when saddled with legal fees and a negative landlord reference. Raising the rent will not stop the rare tenant who runs out on their rent, nor will it prevent people from committing property damage. In fact, I would suggest that it would make it more difficult for tenants to sustain monthly payments and increase the likelihood that someone might run out on their lease due to lack of funds. It could also lead tenants to feel that any damages they do create should already be covered by the exorbitant amount that they pay in rent each month already. Raising rent in response to this ordinance would directly result in a higher rate of houselessness in Brattleboro, an issue with which many members of our community already struggle. It would also contribute to the ongoing spread of gentrification in Brattleboro. And we have already seen an influx of people relocating here from more urban areas who typically have higher pay than Vermont residents. By raising rent in response to this ordinance, landlords would be pushing out native Vermonters in favor of out-of-staters with deeper pockets. As my co-members have already mentioned, we cannot ignore the looming crisis that will surely occur when the eviction moratorium is lifted. Raising the rent during a global pandemic would inevitably exclude those hit hardest by the societal upheaval we are all going through right now. I'm sure that we all remember the 2008 crisis, during which housing prices were outrageously inflated. We are seeing a similar increase currently during a time of economic insecurity. It is clear that rising rental prices and real estate speculation in general are driving another bubble primed to burst when federal protections end. Finally, we have clear statistics on wealth and income gaps, which show that Black and Indigenous people of color are consistently and systematically relegated into lower income brackets. Black Vermonters, for example, make up 8% of the houselessness community, but only 1% of the overall population, which is a statistic that I find concerning for a multitude of reasons. Meanwhile, white citizens overwhelmingly have more access to familial wealth, higher income, and good credit. Raising rent would not only directly undermine the diversity of this town, it would actively continue the spread of rental policies that uphold white supremacy. In a time when racial justice is at the forefront of, I think, all of our minds, offering fair and compassionate rental prices is a basic step towards creating an anti-racist renting community. Thank you. I'm just going to pass it to Trevor, and he's our last speaker.
Hello. So I'll pass it back to the board in one moment. Just to tie this together, the main concern that we heard from people when presenting this was the risk that landlords will have to take on, as we see it, not by not being able to screen out for renters, because they fear that they will run out on rent, their last month's rent, and also on damage charges. We've pointed out that tenants are already liable for the last month's rent and all damages, and while it is difficult for a landlord to have to sue the tenant, it is much more difficult for the tenant, and the tenant risks losing housing indefinitely. So when landowners try to push that risk off, try to avoid that risk, they're really pushing that into the larger economy. As we said, this is fueling rising costs generally in Brattleboro and probably another financial bubble. So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trevor. Board. Oh, Brandy had her virtual hand up and then her real hand up.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. So thank you to everybody that spoke. I thought I was gonna sit here, but I'm just gonna be really honest. So to move into the apartment that I currently live in was $4,200. That was first, last, and security, $1,400 times 3. At the time that I moved in here, which was 2 years ago, I literally felt like there was no other option. I was going through a divorce. I have children. I felt like a decision that encompassed the health of everybody needed to be made, and that needed to be made in 2 separate houses to keep things healthy. It's a 2nd floor, very small apartment. Unfortunately, I didn't understand what a 5-year-old might sound like to the 1st floor when the 2nd floor has hardwood floors. And so my entire rental experience has basically been me being chastised by the landlord and the downstairs neighbors. I have tried very hard. I've put in over 32 applications this year to try to find housing in town, and COVID kind of stopped things, and then randomly post-COVID stopped things, and landlords that I knew very well were very honest with me and saying, I can get more rent if I rent it to somebody out of town. They're paying above market price, and that includes in my own building and in the buildings on my street. $4,200 for me was only doable because my foster parents 2 years ago were willing to put that money up, and I've been paying it back at $50 a week ever since. Not everybody has foster parents that are in banking and regional sales, and so they can't necessarily always draw on that. I had $3,200 saved this year to try to move out, and then somebody stole my car out of my driveway, and it was totaled in a high-speed police pursuit, and then I had to pay $3,200 that I had saved up to get a new vehicle so that I could drive mine and my partner's children basically anywhere. I needed a vehicle. And so there's not extra money. In the last 2 weeks, I have put in 18 rental applications. 5 of them turned out to be spams, which I should have known, but I put them in. I didn't put any money out. I checked out with the town lister's office because I'm in like that with the town. So I knew that was a good thing to do. Everything else was rented or sold. And like, here's the truth. You can't pay first, last, and security. You can't. Some people can, and you know what? I'm really happy for you. But in general, you can't pay first, last, and security. So you pay first month, you pay security. You need to pay the last month because you're a good human and you have respect for your landlord. But if you don't, they need to use the security deposit for that. And here's the really scary thing is I've been forwarded some really nasty emails from local landlords making it very clear to people in the tenants union that they will just make it so you have to have impeccable references or parental references or tons of money if we take away that last month, and that's crap. So what they're basically saying is if you take this away, we will punish the people the most vulnerable in your community who could never have perfect credit, who will probably not have parental guarantees. What are we saying as a town? Who are we as a town that we are going to allow ourselves to be blackmailed by people who are scared? That we are going to allow people to say, if you do not let us, then we will do these things. When people are sleeping in hotels, people are sleeping in motels, people can't find new housing. Is that who we are as a town? Because that's not who I am. Thank you.
All right. Brandy, thanks, Brandy, has spoken. Other board members want to speak? I'd like to, because we haven't really spoken to this yet. So before we open it up for more comments, I just wanted to give other board members a chance to speak. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this. You know, a letter was written, and I don't know if, Brandy, there's different letters that you're talking about, and it sounds like there may be. But I'm looking at a letter that we received early on from a landlord, and I think they might be in the queue here. But I don't interpret anything in here being a threat
These
at all.
were not letters sent to us. These were letters sent to the tenants union.
Okay. But some of the phrasing, when people were speaking to a letter, it sounded like they were referring to this letter. So I just want to point out that if we're talking about the same person who might be joining us soon, that didn't seem like an accurate representation of the letter from the landlord. Daniel.
Thanks. I think that this proposal is pretty reasonable. The town of, well, sorry, my bad, I forgot. The city of Burlington and also the city of Barry has the same thing. The entire state of New Hampshire, the entire state of New York. Whoa, okay. What did I just do?
No,
let me finish.
Okay, sure.
I'm sure, you know, I'll just So I think that this is a fairly reasonable proposal, and I would like to hear good arguments as to why that is not the case. I want our town to be an affordable place for people to live. I do understand that, that landlords are sometimes in situations where damage occurs, and that's the purpose of a security deposit. It seems like the last month is basically a de facto security deposit. If we could be honest about that, if we could say it's the first month's rent, which seems fair enough, right? If you're going to move into a place, you should pay the first month's rent, and then a security deposit. And this idea of first, last, and security, that last month is, as far as I'm aware, just doubling down on the security deposit, which seems like it's just making it harder and harder for folks to move in. And until very recently, I've been a renter all my adult life, and I've rented in Glasgow, Scotland, London, New York City, some of the most expensive places in the world to live. And we were lucky with our landlords, and we were good tenants. But yeah, I would love to hear some very good reasons why this is a bad idea, because right now I'm in favor of it. And I said something that sparked something with you two, so please let me know.
Well, it was for, oh, sorry, Ian, do you want to, because I saw your hand go up right when my hand went up, so.
I have a lot of thoughts that I'm excited to get into, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that we have a bunch of people in the queue. If we want to just go to the public now to hear from more people, and then we can continue to talk about this, I'm also very happy to just do that.
Let me first explain so that Daniel's not wondering why my hand went up really quickly. I just wanted to make sure that everybody watching, for instance, understands the actual proposal, because there's been a reference to what this proposal is actually asking for. And I know, thank you for reading the actual language. That was very helpful. But in the TUB materials and some of the language I hear coming, on the website, they refer to it as a security deposit proposal. This is asking us to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, any other board members, it's asking us to limit, number one, to do two things: to limit the amount of a security deposit, but then to also prohibit the requirement of last month's. Right. Okay. And I just want to make sure.
It's asking us to limit the amount of a security deposit to 1 month.
Yep.
So first month plus security deposit that equals first month, no last month.
Yep. Yep. And as a renter in Brattleboro, I was lucky enough to have landlords whose that policy was. As a landlord now in Brattleboro, that's my policy as well. So I agree.
I've never had that any landlord ever limit that for me.
Well, I think
you should rent from Tim.
I wish I could have, but he doesn't have enough bedrooms.
Yeah.
So I only say that because I want to make it clear that I don't, in theory, oppose this idea of at least limiting the amount of security deposit. I have a lot of questions about whether Daniel's, and my reason my hand went up is we need to understand if statements are going to be made about Barry has this law, if New York has this law, Massachusetts has this law. I want to understand what that means. Is it exactly what Burlington's passed? Because there's been some assumptions that the last month's rent charging, which again, it was strange to me when I entered this area, and but it seems to be fairly common. Brandy, you could tell me better than I could probably. It's probably pretty common, but
it's really, really common. Yeah. And I don't know why, but I've done it I think this is my third time now in Brattleboro doing it since 2010. And I know people that have always done it. And the only people that I know that have been able to do it are the people that can, you know, have their parents do it with them.
Yeah. So on the security deposit side, I make the security deposit less than the rental, because that should make it clear to renters that you can't use your security deposit as a last month's rent, because as a landlord, you'd be really stuck if somebody insisted on using your security deposit as a last month's rent, because then they get to the end of their stay there and there is no security deposit at all. And that's when you discover that things might have been going poorly, which only has happened to me once. So I've been very lucky about that, or not lucky, but fortunate. So I wanted to I threw my hand up because I wanted to make sure we understood and had all the information about what has been passed, whether they're talking about a restriction on last month, whether they're talking about, because there, as I was about to say, there seems to be a belief that last month's rent charging is a de facto security deposit. Which states make that illegal? How is that illegal? If indeed, if you had, I think I'll just leave it at, there's a lot of questions that I would need answered before I could support something like this. But I have Liz's hand up and Daniel probably wants to answer. So which one of you feels more strongly? And then I'll shut up.
Oh, I don't know if feels more strongly is the best. You know, I think Liz should go first. I'm just looking up some information that I'll find in 1 second.
Well, I would like to hear from all the raised hands, but I also feel that to answer many of your questions, Tim, I think we should interrogate Peter, which is such a fun thing to do, and ask for a legal review, which we have not seen. I'd like to know what staff thinks, what our town attorney thinks, and to add to that, what we've heard about the laws in these various towns in Vermont, but also New York and New Hampshire, so that we have a clear picture of the overall ordinances of this type and where this proposal fits in that larger picture. So what do you think, Peter?
Would the board like me to respond before you hear from the community?
I think we should just hear from the community first. And
I would like to hear what Peter has to say. I assumed that, like, even if we were to say yes, we should adopt this ordinance, that there would be an ordinance adoption process which would involve a legal review of the language, because that's what it's been like in the past.
Well, I wouldn't encourage a vote before we have enough information to make an educated vote.
Right, absolutely.
Can I add on then to Liz for what we would want to ask Peter?
Well, let's say ask Bob, because Peter is not
or ask Bob.
Attorney.
Or let's actually, Peter, please go ahead and respond to, I won't interrupt. Sorry.
Okay. What I would say, I think probably most closely follows Daniel's comment that the best thing the board can do this evening is get a sense, convey a sense of what you would like to be reviewed further, so that we can then give you the information that's going to be helpful to you to make the decision you need to make. So, for instance, in conferring with Bob Fisher prior to tonight's meeting, it was clear, I understood clearly from him that security deposits are in fact under Vermont statutes something that the select board can regulate. But when you get past a security deposit regulation into anything that has some impact on rent regulation, then we get into a much more complicated situation that he would need to research based on understanding more specifically what the goal of the ordinance would be. I think some of that has come clearer in the presentation this evening, and there have been other examples cited. So we were aware of the Burlington example, and we've seen the Burlington ordinance. We've now been pointed to the state of New Hampshire and the state of Vermont, state of New York, and the city of Barry as additional examples. So there's a body of information that's emerging here that I think, in fact, lends itself really well to Bob taking a deeper look at this and providing his legal advice to the board to help you move forward to take an action you might choose to take, knowing that it is, legal and proper under Vermont law and the town's charter and so on. But to the closer the board can come to articulating your desired outcome, the more precise Bob can be in his legal advice to you on the topic. So, you've heard a lot tonight about first, last, and security, and that being limited by whatever nomenclature to 2 months worth rather than 3 months worth. That, to me, is the essence of what we've been hearing about in this discussion. And if the board feels like, you'd be open to doing that, imposing that regulation, if you were advised by Bob of a legal manner in which you could accomplish it, that would give him some guidance to help him come back and talk about the legal context within which you would act. And if instead you, have an alternative idea of a different way of approaching this to be responsive to the request that's been made, then your articulating that would be helpful to have us know what Bob should be researching to bring you back a legal opinion about the way forward.
Thank you. Ian?
Yeah, I guess I'm in full agreement with Daniel. And I think that it makes sense that we would basically just go through the full process of having it looked at by Bob and town staff. I want to add something to this discussion because in my research on this, one of the things that I noticed was the two towns, and I actually want to provide a little clarification here. At the moment, actually only one town in Vermont has this. Barry got rid of it at their town meeting in March of this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
why?
I don't know. So that's a good question. And I also should be fact checked on that, but reading their town website on this particular thing, that's how it reads to me. So I'm very curious why they don't have it anymore, why they voted it away. But that's actually not what I wanted to talk about. What I noticed was both of those towns have housing boards of review on top of this ordinance. And I'm very curious if that's something that goes hand in hand with something like this, because it's kind of like a quasi-judicial board that is there for both renters and landlords to deal with issues that revolve around security deposits that don't mean that you have to go to the small claims court. So it's an interesting question I have is, is this, Barry's a smaller town than Brattleboro. So is this something that, maybe we would want to consider going hand in hand with this? And I would want to add that to this sort of go back to the town and do the homework.
Can I fact check you on the Barry thing?
Please do.
I got it. It's beautiful. It's right here. At the 2020 annual City and School District meeting on Tuesday, March 3rd, the legal voters of the City of Barry voted to eliminate blah, 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 blah by a majority vote of 854 to 807. And more to be said about that. Let's see. Because there are no active members of the board, any security deposit appeals must go to small claims courts.
So, okay.
We should know what the blah, blah, blah is, though.
Yeah, I just felt like I was taking up a lot of time.
I get it. Yeah.
Yes, they eliminated it earlier this year.
Yeah.
And I bet once COVID hit, they regretted it. But hey, that's me.
Let's hear from
Yeah,
hands.
we do need to take a break soon. So let's take a couple at least. The next on the top of the stack seems to be Tennant, Anne, and Devin. Have we heard from you folks? I'm not sure.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you stop doing the dishes? Okay, hi, sorry. Okay, so I just want to speak. I might reiterate a couple of the points that were brought up before, but they're going to be from a little bit of a more personal point of view. I've been a renter for, and they're not going to be as COVID related either. But I've been a renter for 11 years. I've rented 4 apartments in Brattleboro. I've rented an apartment in Vernon, and I've rented several in Keene. I've had a quote-unquote good job most of my life. I've always had a steady income. I have a master's degree, and I have very good credit. So to many, I'm the so-called ideal tenant. I have no children. I just have a cat. And for that cat, I've been asked to pay deposits between $200 and, as of most recently, $800 for my cat. Some rentals even ask for monthly fees of $50 to $100. My last 3 moves, which have all been in Brattleboro, have each put me into close to debt or in debt for several months. The worst scenario was when 2 years ago, I broke up with my long-term partner of 7 years, and I moved into a 200 square foot apartment in Brattleboro by myself, and it put me into debt for a very, very long time. I've wanted to become a homeowner for a very long time. I could have put probably about 4 deposits on a house by now with all of the rent that I've paid. But the start of each new lease is a difficult financial setback for me. And that's without the added stress of children or accessibility accommodations, without dependents like many other people have. I've lived in an apartment with a broken window in Brattleboro that resulted in a hospital bill. I've lived in an apartment with mold and rat mites and frozen pipes. All of these things were reported and they were never handled or reimbursed. In the latter apartment that I mentioned, my security was even cut in half for carpet cleaning, which despite the fact that I steam cleaned the apartments myself. My current apartment in Brattleboro had a broken step for 4 months before it was repaired. I share that porch where the broken step was with elderly neighbors. And now the other step is broken. Our landlord has over $3,000 of my money, over $12,000 of my partner's, and 4 other tenants in just our building. We're also reprimanded for having chairs on the lawn and for being, we're also told what we can and cannot put in our gardens. So therefore, we do not really own land, or we do not really rent the land that our landlords own. From limited options to moving, to lease overlaps, to delayed return of deposits, to changes in income, renting is a far riskier endeavor for the tenant, both in terms of health and safety and finances, as it is for the landlord. Those landlords, they choose to buy a second home or a third home or a fourth home for profit. If you didn't know, Vermont has the second most second homes per capita in the country. We are just behind Maine and right before New Hampshire. So that will give you an idea of where we are in terms of growth and where we are moving forward. And as COVID has come across us, that is getting even crazier in Vermont. There is a lot more second homes being bought in Vermont currently. And as someone who works for the public school district, I see a lot more children showing up than we've ever had in our rural area. Landlords passively receive income and collect interest on our rent, our security deposits, and our pet deposits, and they hold the power of shelter over their tenants. There are a lot of things that need to be drastically changed regarding the imbalance of tenant and landlord relationships, but limiting the amount of security deposit, one that only secures one of the parties in that relationship, is a very small start, especially as we're agreeing to changing these zoning laws, where there are going to be much more apartments, much more profit happening. So I think this is a really small step that is really, really important to take. Rent is about 1/3 of a tenant's income, and oftentimes it's very more than that. Because those who need but the thing is that those who need shelter, they are not customers, they're not clients, they're not making a choice between renting or buying or living on the streets. We are community members. We pour your coffee, we bus your tables, we work in your hospitals, and we teach your children. we need a place to live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me try to sneak one more in. Ibrahim. And then I think we're going to take a break. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Ibrahim Dahlstrom-Haki. I'm a landlord in Brattleboro. My partners and I have 17 units. All our units are mostly serving lower income individuals. So I think none of our units charge more than HUD rate on anything that we rent out. We try to keep our units safe, clean, well-maintained. We've bought buildings that have been in disrepair and worked to repair them and make them safe and habitable for the tenants who live there. And I'm one of the people who wrote a letter. I wrote a pretty lengthy letter that I shared with many board members. I also shared it with Tubb, and I was quoted by one of the people from the Tenants Union of Brattleboro. And I do want to clarify that everything I said in there was not meant to be a threat or an indication of what I personally would do. It's more an indication of what I think the impact of the policy will be if it were to pass, because policies have impacts. And I completely agree with most of the challenges that have been expressed by the tenants. Brattleboro is expensive. It's a very tight housing market. Everybody here acknowledges that. And it's especially difficult for lower income individuals. And I think many of us landlords are trying to be part of the solution to that problem. And you know, I hope they see it as something that's in our intent. I'm not going to go into all the points I had in my letter because it was pretty lengthy, but my belief is if this is to pass, then it will likely have the opposite effect of what's intended. I think, like I said, I rent to many low-income individuals. Many of these individuals have poor credit. Many of them have no credit at all. I originally came to the US as an immigrant. I'm from the Middle East. When I arrived, I had no credit whatsoever. You know, when I filled out an application and I rented for a very long time, I would have no credit background. My credit score would come up low because I just have simply no credit whatsoever. When I see a tenant who applies who has some credit issues in the past that they've worked on or no credit whatsoever. Part of my assessment of the risk is I have a security deposit and I have last month's. If I don't have last month's, that's going to change my risk assessment. Have I had tenants who've left that last month unpaid? Possibly for no, not out of any malicious intent. They just, something came up, they weren't able to do it, or they had to put together first last for a different place, maybe in a different community. It's definitely happened in the past. And it would be difficult for me to work with somebody who's a higher financial risk for me if this element of risk mitigation wasn't there. Now, are there other ways to mitigate risk? I think there can be. I don't think it has to be a last, but if you just remove that one element of risk mitigation and change nothing else, then you're going to have more risk-averse rental practices as a policy across the board, which means less housing for those individuals who may be highest risk within the community. And I will say, I posted an apartment, very recently, and within 24 hours, I had over 30 people applying for it. I don't want to pick the, the most affluent people from that pool to minimize my risk. I have that choice. What I want to do is take the first one who applies, who meets minimum criteria, and those criteria would have to go up if I didn't have that extra security of the last months. So I'm not, I'm just trying to articulate the possibility of unintended consequences. I suspect that's what happened in Barrie. I don't know what happened there, but I do hear in Burlington, low-income housing, much of it has been converted to college housing. I've been to a few websites of some of the large apartment complexes in Burlington, and there's a standard required now of having a cosigner. Those are things that your average working class family or low-income family will not have access to. So I acknowledge the problem. I think this will exacerbate the problem. It will not solve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I think we all acknowledge a lot of problems with the rental market here in Brattleboro. Let's take a break because it's something our ASL interpreters deserve. And board members okay with coming back at 20 after 10? Thanks, everybody. Stay in line if you can. Some comments is Steve Carmichael. Steve, can you join us?
Hi, a little dark.
Hello. That's okay.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief for you guys. This is a pretty late night, and US Open is on, definitely, I agree. I live in Brattleboro. I'm retired. I just retired from teaching at Landmark College for 25 years. In my summer times and before I started teaching, I was a builder. So a few years ago, I started looking around for places to buy and fix up and turn into rental properties. I bought a place that was abandoned on Blakesley Street, totally empty, had been smashed up some, renovated it completely, turned it into 2 apartments, started collecting rent. They're really nice places, I think. Subsequently, a few years later, a place right across the street came on the market. It was half abandoned, basically. Fixed that place up, returned both of these places to the tax rolls in Brattleboro. You know, I'm providing good housing in 4 apartments for people. My margin of profit is not as large as it is for some larger landlords in Brattleboro because I just have 4 units. I charge pretty much what I think the market will bear. I mean, I've always had more tenants applying than I could put up with. I've taken some risks on people who had poor credit scores or were coming off of kind of rough times in their lives. Sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't. I ended up losing about $10,000 in the last 4 years between lost rent and legal fees. Evicting tenants who stop paying rent and really just have no other proposal as a way to compensate you is not as easy a process as some of the tenants make it sound like, and anyone who's a landlord can testify to that. I think that, some of the comments I've heard are kind of demonizing landlords as these grasping, greedy, mustache twirling people. I don't think that's fair characterization. I mean, we provide a service in Brattleboro. It's a business, granted, I mean, I'm not in the business. I know Ibrahim, I think it's great that, he often rents to people of low income. I support low-income housing in Brattleboro. I just don't think that should be done on the backs of landlords. And if the town wants to somehow create a fund that would kick in for the last month's rent if people leave, maybe that would be some kind of solution, at least share the pain a little bit. I think, I heard at one point this was characterized as prejudice, using credit scores, prejudice against lower income people or people of color was insinuated. I think that's totally unfair. I think that demonizes landlords in a way that is really not productive or helpful to the discussion. One of the recent tenant people said landlords buy buildings for profit. Yeah, we do. That's right. I mean, I'm in it to provide a complete social service. I'm trying to support my retirement through this. And I am a landlord who keeps his buildings in good shape and I don't overcharge. Honestly, on an aside, I'm totally in favor of limiting the damage deposit. I'd be totally happy to put that money in escrow and pay interest on it. I think that's a completely reasonable proposal. Let's see what else I got here. Evicting tenants is the last recourse for me. It takes a long time, so that ends up costing you a lot more. The fact that I was able to have last month's rent from the two people that I ultimately did have to evict for different reasons minimized the damage in a small way. The idea that landlords will raise the rent to compensate themselves for the loss of last month's rent, I think that's a red herring. People will pay what the market will bear. I mean, if I raised my rents and just jacked them up so I wouldn't have to worry about losing the last month, I wouldn't have people applying for my apartments because they're much better places to rent in town. That's about it. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all the work you guys do. I'm impressed. I've never sat through a whole select board meeting. I'm really impressed by what you do.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for sitting through it. Gemma, you have spoken, but certainly you're welcome if you could keep it fairly short, just trying to get through some people so we can get to the rest of our business. Hello again.
Hi, I will try and run through this quickly. I am a renter in Brattleboro. I've lived here for 6 years. I was homeless when I arrived here, and I have been homeless twice since in the 6 years that I've lived here. The 2 apartments that I've rented here in Brattleboro, I would not have been able to obtain if I hadn't been able to seek help from friends all over the country in order to help me pay the costs of move-in. Renters are renters largely because landlords are in possession of properties which would otherwise be available to the market, increasing supply and driving down costs. I noticed that Trevor mentioned that we have a 1% vacancy rate in Brattleboro. The data that I've seen actually is worse, that we have a 0.5% vacancy rate in Windham County, and that a 5% vacancy rate is what's considered healthy by the real estate industry. Okay. There's an extreme power imbalance between landlords and tenants because of this. And Windham County has the highest percentage of housing cost burdened residents in the state of Vermont, which has risen from something like 22% 10 years ago to over 32% now. Okay. It's unreasonable for landlords to demand the tenants accept all risk involved in letting properties from which they do not receive any profit or equity. Landlords, like all other businesses, carry insurance. the amount of a single month's worth of additional security deposit in the course of a 1-year lease amounts to only 8.33% of the amount of revenue that a landlord receives. When you increase that to a 2-year residency, that drops to only 4.17%. So I don't see how limiting the security deposit to only a single month is really going to affect landlords negatively. On a legal position, I'm not a lawyer. However, I do study constitutional law quite a bit. And I can tell you that this law would definitely pass strict scrutiny. It represents a compelling public interest. It is narrowly tailored to fulfill that interest, and it is the least restrictive means of fulfilling that interest. As the last speaker was saying, rents are not set by landlord costs, but by prevailing wages. Rents are already at the maximum the market will bear. If this weren't the case, what would be preventing landlords from raising rents right now? Okay? Land values aren't created by landlords or any action that they perform, but by aggregate community demand, and therefore belong to the community. The solution is to tax land values in preference to taxing incomes or capital, which incentivizes development of land to the highest potential, which, as I said at the beginning, the best way to decrease housing costs is to increase supply. Okay? Landlords do not provide a product or a service. What they do is restrict access to products and services. If landlords did not exist, those properties would be available to the market for people to buy, and costs would be lower because supply would be higher. If landlords really want to be part of the solution, what they can do is exit the market. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Jimmer. Let's take Ryan. This just did something funny. Okay. Hi, Ryan. Are you? Oh, gosh, I keep forgetting to ask. Are you in Brattleboro, Ryan, or somewhere else? Or? Oh.
Sorry, I didn't want any feedback. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and I keep forgetting to ask people to identify where they're from.
I live in Brattleboro. I'm a renter in Brattleboro. I just wanted real quick to share an anecdote. Other folks, including landlords, have talked about the current housing supply and receiving 30 applicants in 24 hours for properties that they own. I have a friend who last week had their landlord share her apartment for a walkthrough. She was paying currently $1,000 per week, but the landlord spoke about this property being $1,600 per week for this new tenant. And no improvements to the property. And yeah, I mean, just goes to show like what can happen when we aren't trying to keep these things in check. You know, if there was a 62.5% increase in property values, property tax voted by town meeting, I think there would be riots in the street, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, tenants, Robbie and Barry, I think you've already spoken. Do you have something to add quickly?
Yeah, so I just, it's Barry here. I just want to say like that the hesitance that like Tim and other people, just honestly very few people have spoken to on just, yeah, the hesitance and like dwelling on the last month's rent thing is just incredibly missing the point. You're asking people that live paycheck to paycheck to come up with more than they make in 1 month at once. Like that is, how would that be okay? Like when you get a job, you don't get your last month's wage up front and you to afford your immediate life expenses. It's really just violent to suggest that at best somebody pays 90% of their month's income to secure housing. And we also know that far many more Vermont renters experience a greater rent burden than even just 30% of their income, right? We're talking about people's housing. It's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of survival. And I don't know, are you really like willing to stand against people's access to that? I think it is the select board's written duty to stand for the general welfare of the people, and that is like this is up for conversation, and that is just absurd. The proposal clearly states that it's not that this is not last month's rent, because we understand that in a lease you already are committed to paying all your month's rent. If you miss a payment normally, there are other penalties. And yeah, I mean, just to respond also to another comment, this is not, as Steve said, on the backs of landlords. This is a matter of survival or exclusion from survival. And yeah, by the way, like, we don't have retirement funds, and we're not here to really pay for years. We just want a place to live. Also, the landlord Ibrahim, who spoke, fears that housing access will be financially stricter, and that's not a threat of retaliation. However, like, it is your choice to make these requirements, so it is retaliation and discriminatory intent. It's your choice. You're setting a higher standard. Our proposal very specifically allows people with less means to be able to move into a space and have housing. Finally, really quickly, it was brought up that, like, we might need to, like, involve the town lawyer to find out if this is passable. It's really not complicated. Burlington already passed this. It is legal and possible, and it has already been done in Vermont. Really quick to point you to Title IX, Commerce and Trade, Chapter 137, Residential Rental Agreements, Subchapter 2, Security Deposits, G. A town or municipality may adopt an ordinance governing security deposits on dwellings. The ordinance shall be supplemental to and not inconsistent with minimum protections of the provisions of the sections. Anyway, you can read the rest of that, but you have the power to adopt this. And furthermore, yeah, I just want to expand on that with Title 24, Municipal and County Government, Chapter 123, Municipal Housing Codes, Section 5003, Powers of Municipalities, for the purposes of promoting the public health, safety, morals, or the general welfare, and for the purpose of making dwellings and dwelling premises safe, sanitary, and fit for human habitation. A municipality may adopt, amend, and revise an ordinance for the establishment and enforcement of minimum standards for dwellings. Any ordinance shall be adopted, amended, or revised in the manner prescribed in sections 1972 and 1973 of this title. Any nationally recognized code, rule, or regulations, or portions thereof regarding minimum standards for dwellings and dwelling premises that has been printed in book or pamphlet form may be adopted by reference. It seems pretty clear, according to these two, that this is, like, well within your power. So I would just, I mean, aside from the fact that this has been done in Burlington, in our home state, you know, I'm not talking about New Hampshire or New York right now, like right here in Vermont. I don't think that is a barrier here. And
okay, thank you.
And hey, Tenant Robbie here, real quick. You've been asking everyone to say where they're from. You forgot to ask that same thing to Ibrahim.
Oh, I knew it.
A resident of Massachusetts.
Sure. Ibrahim owns units in Brattleboro. I knew that because he had already emailed us. So I try and just skip it for people who've established where they're from. So, Ian, I want to just take a pause here. First of all, to remind everybody that this is a proposed ordinance that we're kicking around. So this requires an ordinance. And once we have that ordinance, we need 2 readings. So that is something that we're just not going to barrel ahead and do tonight, because we literally can't legally do that. Just to make sure everybody understands that. Ian, you made a comment about wanting to get a board go around before we exit tonight, and we're approaching a time where I have to say, let's stop taking comments, let's kick it around, or if you don't think we should kick it around, we're all going to decide maybe to kick it back to staff with certain questions. Maybe we should move towards that, because we have 2 other things, one of which I know we must do. Oh, actually both I think we have to do, right, Peter? Yeah. So.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
So I think then, yeah, trying to be as quick as possible on this, so we can get to these other things as well. I just want to provide as much clarity as we possibly can to what we are asking the town to go back and do and Bob to do. because I think that will help us moving forward here. I've learned a lot from being on this board. That clarity is critical. So I think what I would like to ask is that specifically Bob and the town look at the legality and the ability for us to do this, which I think has already kind of been established, but just to confirm it. And then also that if it is above board to draft an ordinance that is, and I'll just pull the actual one, I was just looking at it, that is kind of based off of the Burlington one, Ordinance 18-120 deposits. So basically reflecting that same language, which is very clear as to what, and it's like talking about, you know, we're limiting the deposit to 1 month of rent, and you can charge the first month the rent and the deposit, and that's it. So it's pretty explicit. So that would be the direction I would like to ask the town and Bob to do. I don't know if that's the board's will.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the board's will either, obviously, but in an attempt to help the board be efficient because it's 10:40, if there are 3 of you who would like to see that we do a piece of staff work and Bob's legal work in a way to bring back to you for the October 6th select board meeting, an ordinance for Brattleboro that is modeled after Burlington, and then with the appropriate advice and research attached to that, that's very clear. If there's 3 of you who want that, we can move ahead towards that. If not, then, you know, I need your further direction on this.
Okay, so I put that to the board. Are we?
I'd like it.
I would like it, and if possible, I would like a little bit of research done in what happened in Barry and in Burlington, in unintended consequences,
yes.
You know, speaking with tenants groups, landlords groups, if possible.
And I'd like to also add to that about the Housing Board of Review.
Yes, also.
Liz hasn't, Liz, you haven't been able to get your word in. Oh, you're muted. Sorry. There you go.
Okay, one is a comment and the other is a question. The question first. I also would like Bob to look into whether the state legislature has looked at this issue statewide, and what were the problems and concerns with that. But the other thing that I just wanted to mention was that it was just last year that the select board acted to regulate the rental inspection program. And that was a departure for us to entering into that world between the landlord and tenants really because the fire department brought to our attention a very immediate need and, you know, for the health, safety, and welfare. And this is a much broader definition of the health, safety, and welfare. And I am not comfortable with that broader definition. And I would, you know, I want legal clarification that this is something that we can actually do. And by, you know, maybe there's 3 votes for this, which is great, but in asking Peter to do this, or Bob to do this, that doesn't mean that I am voting yes to a presumed ordinance that I haven't seen yet.
Of course.
Yeah, I have no desire to stand in the way of that request out to staff, but I also need to see a lot more to be able to support it.
I'm totally willing to support it, but I'm totally willing to wait and hear more from staff.
I think we have to call it there, everyone, and move on. Sorry to those who didn't get a chance to speak. Brandy, oh, sorry, your hand's still up, so I just I had a brain callback.
Oh, because I was just like, oh my gosh, when's the last time we heard from the phone people?
Well, I don't think we have phone people, but anyway, they can go into the stack.
Yeah, on Zoom, it's possible to raise your hand on the telephone, unlike GoToMeeting.
Yep. Which I'll try to remind people at the beginning of the next meeting again. So we have clear direction for staff?
Yes.
Is everyone okay with that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a piece of weird business for everybody watching, but important business. We have to assign motions. It's sort of a formality, but it has to be done for RTM, which is coming up quickly. And I printed out, so that I could do this a little more efficiently, I printed out this sheet so that I could just write. I don't know if Jan needs me to do this, but I can write who gets assigned what.
I'll be doing it also.
Around. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll check each other's work. So the way this works, board members, is that we're just gonna kind of round robin or start with somebody and just take turns. If there's a particular motion you feel strongly about, particularly if you want to speak to a motion, then go ahead and shout it out.
What?
What didn't you hear?
I think I might be getting a lag. It said if you want to speak to a motion, shout it out.
Well, when we assign motions, remember, if you recall last town meeting, you can say the motion. Are you hearing me okay?
Oh, now I do. Yes, I hear you
Okay.
now. Thank you.
So you can alert the moderator that you'd like to speak to it. And
Right. Oh, yes. Got it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sure. So the first one is preliminary.
I'll stop you. I actually still don't understand what's going on. What are we?
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Sorry,
fair
I'm trying to move too fast.
It's fair to explain it because it's weird.
Yeah. Peter, go ahead and explain it.
Thank you. So, at representative town meeting, there has to be a motion. It's unlike the way things go in select board meetings where there's some, you hear from people and you have some discussion and then you decide whether or not you're prepared to make a motion on a topic.
Yeah.
Right.
The structure of town meeting in Vermont per statute requires that every item be discussed, every article be discussed in furtherance of a motion that's been made. So the very first thing that happens each time a new article comes up during the course of the meeting is somebody makes a motion on that article so that the discussion is specific to the action that is being proposed. And there can be additional motions made during the course of that discussion that modify the action, right? There can be amendments made to it, but ultimately there's going to be some action taken, even if that action is to defeat the article. So it always starts, each item starts with a motion. In order to make that process more efficient, instead of saying, now there's a new article, does anybody want to make a motion? It is tradition that the select board members take turns making the motions just to put the discussion out before the body, to begin the process of the full 150 members of representative town meeting considering whatever the particular matter is under that article. And so what you're doing tonight is agreeing with each other about who among the five of you is going to make each of the different motions.
We don't just do that at the representative.
No, it's really weird. I remember this.
All right, I understand now. Thank you very much for taking the time to explain it to me.
Just go for it. It's terrible.
All right. So do we have a volunteer to go first? The preliminary motions is
like the chair should go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
And then the vice chair, and then the clerk, and then the two other people.
Amen.
Wow, that's bossy.
Seems fine to me.
Tim has preliminary motion 1. Liz, what do you think?
I'll take 2.
All right.
Good.
And Ian, you got 3?
I will take 3.
Okay. Daniel has decided. So who's next, Daniel?
And then it's me, and then it's Brandy because alphabetical last name.
Oh, I see. We're switching.
Wait, Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
Brandy is Anyway.
I got 2 English degrees.
Oh, yeah, you do it.
I thought you were Welsh.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just a joke.
That's racist.
Ooh. So, Daniel, are you on Article 1?
Sure.
Yes.
And
Yes,
then
and Brandy, Article 2.
Brandy. And then
On
it's back to me for Article 3. Let's see that. Oh, yeah.
Take 4.
Thank you, Liz.
I believe that will make me 5.
5. If anybody shout out if you feel strongly about something. Where were we? We were on
Daniel.
Daniel for
Daniel
6.
for 6. That's Capital Grant Review Board.
That means I'm
And then
7.
you're 7, Finance Committee.
Daniel said I'm after Daniel.
That's
Yes.
right.
Makes my life easy.
Article 8 would be Tim.
Yep.
Haha. That's
What?
a really long one.
Oh.
All right, I do 9.
Thank you, Liz.
All right.
That makes me
Ian?
10. The borrowing money.
That's a money one.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. So then Article 11 would be Daniel.
Great.
Which means I'm 12.
Tim?
This is exciting for me because I know what's happening
Tim
without
is
having to
13.
plan it.
Community marketing. Oh, that actually works out, I think.
What?
Community
All right. Liz for 14.
Thanks,
Perfect.
Liz.
Ian for 15, which is...
Oh, that's the long one.
That's the long one.
Peter,
It's the
are you gonna-
newbie.
Peter, are you going to send this out in like a final form?
Absolutely.
Great, because I'm just getting excited in the moment. I have no idea.
Count on it. Oh, I'm keeping up. We're up to Article 15, and it's Ian, which means 16 is Daniel.
Oh, God, that's a
Perfect.
long one, too.
Yeah, it is.
17
You're on it.
17 is Brandy.
I'm on it. I don't know what it is, but I'm there.
Deveds.
I'm fine. It's fine. It's gonna be fine.
18, Tim.
Is 18.
I'll take 19.
Oh, Liz, that's a good one for you.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking.
Long one. Oh my God.
I think that's it. 19 is,
And now we're done.
19 is the last one.
Yep.
It is long to read if you're.
What about any other
there
business?
is a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no
Roughly.
motion to be made there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
me.
everything else.
That's
Any
any
other
other
business.
matters, no actions to be taken. No binding actions to be taken.
Right.
Great.
Okay, great.
Now we have a brief piece of business concerning the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and Peter will explain for us.
We do. So
Meh.
the Vermont League of Cities and Towns holds an annual business meeting for all its member municipalities. We are one. Each municipality is required to designate a person who will cast the votes on the various business matters on behalf of the municipality. Traditionally, over the years, you have appointed me to do that, at least during the time I've been here as town manager. I'm not sure exactly what went on before that. But first of all, I check in with you in part because only the select board can designate the official voting delegate, but in larger part, in case on any given year when there might be some of you going to town fair, you might choose to have a select board member rather than the town manager cast the votes on behalf of the town. This year's unusual because it doesn't require travel to town fair. And for those, it's an unusual nomenclature. For those who are wondering why there's a town fair and what it has to do with doing municipal business, it's just the words that have been used for decades to describe the annual conference. So there's educational workshops that go on there, and then there's this business meeting. This year, because of COVID, it's all being done remotely. And there's two separate pieces to the business meeting. There's a separate policy meeting on the 23rd of September regarding the legislative policy priorities of Vermont League of Cities and Towns for the upcoming biennium of the legislature. And then the business meeting just on the relatively more routine business items related to the operation of the Vermont League of Cities and Towns on behalf of the municipalities in the state. So there's these two separate meetings. You need to designate somebody to be the voting delegate from the town to cast Brattleboro's votes in those 2 meetings. And the language that's in front of you would have you appointing me because that's your normal practice. And I just want to make it really clear that it's not necessary that you do that. I'm happy to do that again, but if you want to have one of your own, then you should change the motion and do that.
I think Peter represents the town well. I'm very excited about the town fair, but not about being the voting delegate. So
I think you should stay. You've been already so ingrained and entrenched in all of this and doing so well.
Thank you.
That it almost surprises me that we have to keep voting on it, but I guess that's appropriate.
Yeah. Liz?
I'm looking forward to going to town fair because it's online. You don't have to travel to it.
Yeah, it's free too.
I was thinking that too, and I was thinking, Jesus, it's actually accessible to anybody who wants to be there now that it's online.
But at the same time, I'm happy to vote for Peter because that frees us up to listen to whatever we want to listen to.
Exactly. I agree with both of those things.
Great. Sounds like we have a consensus, if not a unanimous. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's great. I fully support it. You know,
But we could start a fight if we want to right now.
All right. Well, you're center square. So.
Is there a motion to be made?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Someone.
I'll make it. I have it right here. I move to appoint Town Manager Peter Arwell as the Town of Brattleboro's voting delegate for the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Legislative Policy Meeting on September 23rd, 2020, and Annual Business Meeting on September 30th, 2020.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has moved to appoint Town Manager Elwell as the Town of Brattleboro's voting delegate for the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Legislative Policy Meeting on September 23rd, 2020, and Annual Business Meeting on September 30th of 2020. All those in favor, say aye.
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 I
That's
do still want to
5-0.
say that I wish it wasn't such a frequent vote because I feel like it's common sense.
Right.
Well, excellent.
With Peter, anyways.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Do we need to assign this last item?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You need to.
The committee appointments?
Appointment process.
And can they be voted on as a slate?
You can't quite do that. I'm sorry. It's more complicated than usual because of the, you need to designate who is going to be in the 2020, the terms expiring in 2022, and who's going to be in the terms expiring in 2021.
Oh. Well, we have no...
How do we do that?
Do we have intelligence to help us make that decision or no? Don't laugh, Daniel. You know what I mean.
I'm not going to say at 10:57 that the select board members don't have intelligence. What
That's
I'm gonna
not
tell you is,
how the term was being used.
No, I understand. The people who have applied have all applied to be appointed. Nobody has applied specifically for one seat or another.
Okay.
You could be random about this if you don't have a methodology you want to apply to it. But you just need to, there's only 4 seats that would be for 2 years. So, and there's 5 people who have, actually 6 people who have applied to be appointed. So assuming that would be sort of a more desirable seat to be in for 2 years than just the one, there's only 4 out of these 6 who can be in those seats and the other 2 will get 1-year terms.
Oh, well, yes. It's random anyway. Why don't we just go down from top to bottom?
Well, can I suggest at least that the people who are farmers have the longer term? So Ashlyn and Abraham are farmers in West Brattleboro. And I don't know, like, seems like they would be good people to have on this committee for as long as we can keep them on it.
This is no longer random.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just trying to help narrow it down a little bit.
Could we do it by date of applicant?
You could do it by date of applicant. If you intend to do that, and Jan is listening right now and either smiling or grimacing. she had originally listed these 6 people by date of application, and I changed it to be alphabetical order.
Oh, you didn't?
Here's what I would suggest.
No,
By
it's
last
not
name.
alphabetical.
By last name.
I would suggest, if you want to do it that way, that you appoint all 6 people to become members, and you direct staff to assign the 4 2-year terms to the first 4 applicants that in chronological order of how we received them.
Great idea.
Does the select board want me to argue? I can argue why this is a good idea if we want to get into it.
It's 10:59. I'm pretty
No, we
happy
have,
with whatever.
we have 30 seconds, so.
That's what I think we should do, though.
Okay, I was just going to point out that I think the original document on the PDF actually preserves the order, but that's fine. What was
by time?
Let's go with. Well, because it's not alphabetical, it's Abraham, Douglas, Ashland, Lucy, Gary, Drew. I think it was reordered for the actual.
The administrative report. You're probably right, but I don't want to just assume that. I think that we should check it with Jan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I vote to vote and check it with Jan.
We read the names?
So it's like a contingency vote?
Yeah, well, would you allow me to do one of those where I say something and then somebody says so moved?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Pretty much so.
So the motion is to appoint to the Agricultural Advisory Committee Drew Adam, Lucy Billings, Ashland Bristle, Douglas Cox, Abraham McClurg, and Gary Stroud, and to assign to the 4 terms expiring in 2022, the first 4 of those individuals to apply for these positions based on the date of their application.
Second?
No, so moved.
So moved.
Okay, that was Brandy, just by a hair, I think. And Liz with the second. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much. Looks like we need one more motion. Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Does this move?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, everybody. We
Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
See you soon.
Thanks,
Peace
ASO
out.
interpreters.
Peace out.
Take care.